since this year's enrollment has been lower than was projected, there's been considerable discussion among the SBAC and the public about the wisdom of using last year's projections in this long-range boundary planning process. And so PASA has undertaken our annual demographic study to update these enrollment projections. Tonight, you will hear about some of the statewide changes that have been happening in enrollment trends recently. And you'll hear about some of the biggest local factors that have changed recently to impact current and future enrollment in Fort Bend ISD. Importantly, you will hear how these recent changes, what that means for the long-range planning boundary process. So let's start with some statewide enrollment trends. The blue bars on this graph illustrate population growth in Texas since the 70s, and the maroon line illustrates enrollment in Texas ISDs during the same time period. So you'll notice that over on the right, the table shows us that in the 80s, and the 90s, and the 2000s, population growth in Texas was approximately the same rate as enrollment growth in Texas ISDs. When you compare, for example, 17% growth in Texas in the 80s and 15% growth in ISD enrollment in the 80s. But since then, since 2010, that pattern has changed. Note how the maroon line over here has tapered off in the past 10 years or so. On the chart, while the Texas population continued to grow at 15% in 2010 through 2020, enrollment in ISDs in Texas only grew half that rate at 7%. And likewise, since 2020, that has also been less than half. Now, these numbers are smaller than the previous rows because there are half the number of years of growth. So don't be confused by that. But still, we are comparing the red columns to their comparable numbers in the blue column. So to summarize, while the population continues to grow steadily in Texas, enrollment in Texas ISDs is growing by only half the rate. So what is contributing to that? First of all, let's talk about births. Overall, the number of babies born in Texas since 2015 has generally declined. But where are those babies being born or not born? On the map, in the blue areas represent where there are fewer births than there were 10 years ago. So areas in rural areas are blue and true urban areas are blue. For example, we see Harris County and Dallas and Tarrant counties and Travis County and Bexar County. We see the Rio Grande Valley and we see the El Paso County. So those areas are declining in births over the past 10 years. The red areas are increasing in births, and those are in general the suburban counties surrounding those urban counties. So let's talk about people moving into Texas. The dark blue areas on this map show where population has increased over 10 years that was driven by in-migration. That's people moving into Texas, whether from domestic or international. The red areas are where population has declined in Texas due to out-migration. Importantly, on the right side, the migrants that have been moving into Texas, again, both domestic and international, fewer of those are children. A smaller proportion of the people moving into Texas are children, and a larger portion are young adults and over age 55. So let's talk about another factor that's contributing to that enrollment being slower than the general Texas population growth. And that's the expansion of charter schools recently over the past decade. Statewide, charter school landscape has nearly doubled in the past 10 years. On the left map, you can see that the number of students living in each school district and who are attending charter schools. The darkest red are the school districts that have the most residents attending charter schools. And also we notice that those are concentrated in the urban areas. So this is the Houston urban area and Dallas-Fort Worth and Austin, San Antonio, and Rio Grande Valley. Likewise, on the right hand, those dots represent charter schools and where they are located, also in those urban areas. And the number of charter schools that has opened since 2015 is more charter schools have opened since 2015 than were opened before 2015. So the number of charter schools has more than doubled, and the number of students attending charter schools has almost doubled. And those numbers are represented here in the blue bars. So I just told you that enrollment in charter schools has almost doubled. And more precisely, that's a 91% growth over the past 10 years. But really importantly is this red line is the enrollment in Texas ISDs. And that growth has only grown by 2% over the same 10-year period. What else has contributed to this lower enrollment in ISDs? In the past 10 years, participation in virtual programs has jumped significantly in Texas. It's increased 1,200%, particularly in the 5 years since the pandemic. While the total number of students participating in these virtual programs is still relatively small, only about 50,000 students across Texas, the consistent growth in this alternative educational opportunity illustrates demand. Texas families are seeking flexible alternatives in education for their students. And until this year, only a handful of ISDs were allowed to offer virtual programs that were open to any student in the state of Texas, and those are represented in the pie chart on the right. However, the legislature just recently passed Senate Bill 569, and this authorizes any ISD to operate their own virtual campus that can be open to any student in the state of Texas. So PASA anticipates that the participation in virtual programs will increase in the next few years as the supply of programs authorized by SB 569 rises to meet the demand that you see here in this chart that has been demonstrated by Texas families. So now we've talked about state level trends. Let's move one step smaller down to the individual metro areas. These maps show past enrollment over the past 5 years. The areas in red are districts that have grown in enrollment over 5 years, and the districts in blue have declined in enrollment over the past 5 years. And these represent the Houston metro area, Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin, and San Antonio. So all of these metro areas have similar patterns in that the central districts, the urban core, are blue, are declining in enrollment. And then there's a ring of red growth of the suburban area districts around them. So now let's zoom in a little bit, even more, to Region 4, so you get a better view of the Houston area and how Fort Bend fits into that. So you can see clearly here that the urban core in the Houston area, Region 4, includes declining school districts such as Houston ISD, Aldine, Alief, and Spring Branch, et cetera, here in the urban core. You also see this ring of red around the periphery of high-growth suburban districts. And between those two, you see a ring of the light pink districts, and this is where Fort Bend falls. That light pink represents districts that have experienced less than 5% growth over 5 years. And in the case of Fort Bend, this has been 2.5% growth over 5 years, and it ranks Fort Bend 18th in Region 4 for highest growth. Now, we all remember a time not too long ago that Fort Bend was one of those red districts in the red ring. And so let's talk now about other districts in this same situation that were formerly high growth and are now moderating or stabilizing in that growth. Many of these districts are experiencing similar shifts in enrollment growth. Parts of the district, in this case, these are examples, Leander ISD and Frisco ISD, that also have built out parts of the district that have stabilized in enrollment and are entering periods of declining enrollment, shown in blue on these maps. But both of these examples also contain areas that are still building new homes, like Fort Bend ISD. And so those are shown in orange and red on these maps. This is a natural growth pattern for districts that are geographically large especially, and have begun building new homes at different times in their history and in different locations in the district. Fort Bend is not unique in this regard. This graphic represents the natural demographic life cycle of any geographic area. It could be a neighborhood, it could be a city, or in this case, a school district. In the early rural years, shown over here in emerging growth, the area sees only population growth from natural population increases. At some point, residential houses start being built, and that development brings in new residents, and the area enters a high growth phase of its demographic life cycle. Eventually, parts of that geographic area will reach build out and will stop growing, and eventually the area will reach stabilization. Now, when PASA began working with Fort Bend, the district was squarely within the high growth portion or phase of this demographic life cycle. PASA now categorizes Fort Bend as bordering between approaching stabilization and full stabilization. And the reason for this ambiguity is because the district-wide numbers have stabilized and are declining, as you know. But within the district, there are still areas that are growing as well as declining. And so the whole story is not as simple as stabilization. As districts like Fort Bend and others that are transitioning from that red ring of growth, as they transition from high growth to stabilization here, there are many factors that influence that enrollment shifts during that transition. For example, in the past, Fort Bend and other districts experiencing the same transition had a lot of new housing growth. And in those new houses, there were a lot of babies born. And I told you that there were more babies born in 2015 statewide than currently. Those babies all grow up to be toddlers, and there were also toddlers and preschool age students that moved into the district. And so in the past, the primary sort of foregone conclusion was that those toddlers, those 5-year-olds, would enter kindergarten in the ISD, in their local ISD. Some of the changes that have happened in these types of districts, including Fort Bend, over the past few years, as there is decreased new housing construction as the district simply reaches build out, gets closer and closer to build out. There are fewer babies born in those because there are fewer houses being built, and I told you that the birth rates are declining. So those fewer babies grow up into fewer toddlers. I told you there was less migration of young children into the district, but importantly, there has been this rise in alternative educational opportunities or charter schools that are pulling students into kindergarten who would otherwise enter kindergarten in their local ISD. So this graphic illustrates a 1-2 punch, effectively that affects declining enrollment. The pool of children is smaller overall, fewer births and less in-migration, and more of those children are choosing alternative educational opportunities rather than their home ISD. And then the reduction of the sizes of those kindergarten classes has a rippling effect for the next 13 years. So we've talked about statewide trends and we talked about metro trends and other districts that are maturing. Let's talk about Fort Bend and what has happened recently in Fort Bend ISD. So this turquoise graph illustrates the enrollment over the past 10 years in Fort Bend. You can see that over 10 years, Fort Bend has gained about 5,000 students, but less than half of that gain happened in the most recent 5 years. So there has been a stabilization of that enrollment growth. The navy graph at the bottom shows a clearer picture of that, in that you can see that prior to the pandemic, from 2015 to about 2019, there were about 1,000 to 1,500 students gained every year in Fort Bend ISD. Here's the pandemic year where virtually every district in Texas experienced a decline in enrollment, and then there was the rebound after the COVID years. But in the most recent years, we see declining enrollment in Fort Bend ISD. Now, when we put together our enrollment projections, we take into account a lot of factors. I will briefly go through some of these because we're going to touch on them a little bit later. So the economy and housing prices drives new housing construction in Fort Bend ISD that is reduced compared to a few years ago, but still on the northwest and southeast ends of the district, there's still a new housing construction which drives growth. We've talked about births and how that impacts the kindergarten class size. The student population as it ages through, if there are bulges in certain classes, that will impact enrollment in the future years. In and out migration and the regeneration of existing households with younger families, whether empty nesters are staying put in their houses or they're selling their homes to younger families with children. And then finally, alternative educational opportunities, charter schools, private schools, and virtual schools. Now, 10 years ago, okay, well, let's start with questions have arisen lately here and in districts all over the state about the accuracy of projections and the wisdom of making these really big decisions that boards have to make based on projections that could fluctuate, and they do fluctuate. So I want to remind you that projections are not predictions. There is no crystal ball. Projections are based on what is known at the time and a number of assumptions that have to be made based on what we know at the time. 10 years ago, these items on the left represent the assumptions that we made that contributed to our projections. Now, some of these assumptions bore out as expected. New housing construction continued, and it was built basically as was projected for the most part. Kindergarten class sizes continued to grow as we thought for a while, but in the most recent few years, kindergarten sizes have gotten smaller and smaller. Some of the other assumptions did not come to fruition. We thought charter school enrollment would grow at the same pace as the population in ISD enrollment, and it has clearly outpaced ISD enrollment growth. So let's jump forward to today. In the past 10 years since we made those projections and those assumptions, there have been a number of cataclysmic events that have happened in the past decade that had a huge impact on enrollment. There was a global pandemic. There was the post-pandemic inflation spike of historical proportions. There have been huge challenges in public school funding and significant changes in federal immigration policy and enforcement, and a massive expansion of charter schools and now vouchers. These weren't included in our assumptions 10 years ago. We didn't see them coming. Our whole business is based on being able to see around corners, and some of these surprised us. So moving forward, I encourage you to remember that there can always be unpredictable factors waiting around the corner. We can't assume that there will be another global pandemic, but we can't guarantee that there won't be either. We can't assume that the crisis in Texas public school finance will be resolved soon. So to recap, there is no crystal ball. Projections are based on what we know at the time and a number of assumptions about what could happen in the future. Now let's talk about what has happened in the past few years to impact these enrollment projections. So for the past 2 years, enrollment has come in lower than projected. What happened? What changed to influence enrollment differently than we anticipated? Number one, there was a reduction in new housing construction that was impacted by the economy, especially rising housing costs, and that was related in part as well to inflation of housing construction costs. Fewer students moved into those new houses that were built. Fewer babies were born, particularly in specific locations in the district. We had some significant changes in federal immigration policy and enforcement that could have contributed to the reduced enrollment, especially around the removal of protection of sensitive locations like schools and the fear of public spaces and schools that has fostered. And finally, the growing competition from alternative educational opportunities. So let's go through these in a little bit more detail, what we have found to have changed in the past few years within Fort Bend ISD and how that has impacted our projections. So I mentioned that student density per home has declined. And you can see in the green line, this has been declining for a decade or more since we started working with Fort Bend in 2013-14. That means the students per house, the student density within each house. The significant recent change has been in the past 2 years or 3 years that newly built houses are also occupying fewer Fort Bend ISD students. The student density in these developing subdivisions is declining even more significantly than in the existing built-out neighborhoods. So 2 years ago, subdivisions that were building houses had on average 0.51 students per home. Now they have 0.44 students per home. And this is illustrated across the board in the master plan communities shown below, including Harvest Green, which has declined from 0.76 students to 0.65, and Sienna, on the other end of the district, that's declined from 0.72 to 0.67 students per home. Especially the newest development, Trillium, has very few students per home, 0.34 to 0.23 students per home. So to summarize, while housing construction has declined, in the new houses that are built, they are being occupied by owners who don't have as many Fort Bend ISD students enrolled. One of those other items I mentioned earlier that has changed is the birth data locally within Fort Bend ISD. So these graphs illustrate the number of births that happened to mothers living in zip codes in Fort Bend ISD, in Region 4, and in Texas for comparison. Then those births are shifted 5 years later so that they line up with the year that those babies are due to enter kindergarten. So the blue lines are births shifted 5 years forward, and the green lines are kindergarten enrollment. So you'll note in Region 4 and in Texas, there have been fewer students enrolling in ISD kindergartners than babies who were born 5 years prior, and that's been pretty consistent. This is due to either outmigration out of the area or preschool age students, and or those kindergarten students enrolling in charter schools rather than their local ISDs. In Fort Bend, the births and kindergarten enrollment was pretty consistent up until about the pandemic. And since then, fewer and fewer locally born babies have entered kindergarten in Fort Bend ISD. And this corresponds with the significant increase of Fort Bend residents attending charter schools. Importantly, on the right side of the dotted line are the babies who have been born here in zip codes within Fort Bend ISD who are not yet old enough to enter kindergarten. And you'll notice on the very far right, the last year, there has been a decline or a decrease in births, fewer babies that were born in Fort Bend ISD. But I'm going to tell you that that is not uniform throughout the district. There are areas of growth and decline, and so we'll look at that now. These graphs show how many babies were born to mothers living in each of these zip codes that make up the district. I told you that overall Fort Bend ISD births are declining. And you'll note that most of these zip codes are also declining, especially along the northern border. You can see those shown by the red arrows showing the decline in births. However, there are 2 zip codes on the far northwest and the far southeast that have been gaining births over the past several years. Note that those are where the new housing construction is located. For example, in 77406, that's Harvest Green, and in 77583, that's the 521 corridor. But also note that those zip codes, the majority, the bulk of those zip codes exceed the boundaries of Fort Bend ISD. They lie in Lamar CISD or in Alvin ISD. So much of that growth is happening outside of Fort Bend ISD. What else has changed and is impacting these enrollment projections? We have found this year in the study that there are 2 planned Harmony Science Academies that could impact Fort Bend ISD, anticipated to open in 2027, fall of 27. We knew about these. This is not a surprise. What is new to us this year are the other 4 charters that have been approved this year that could also affect Fort Bend ISD. Now, private schools, we have recently learned the publication of the rules of the ESAs, and so short-term, PASA feels like that there could be a moderate impact on Fort Bend ISD based on charters, particularly next fall. And the reason for this moderate or tempered impact is, in general, the limited capacity of the private schools. They're already almost full and don't have a lot of room for increased enrollment. But also importantly, as of the newly published rules, the deadline for applying for private schools next spring is generally earlier than the time when vouchers will be approved later in the spring. And so we feel like that most of the vouchers approved for the 26-27 school year will be to students who are already enrolled in private schools. Now, we do anticipate that can change in the future and that there will be a more significant impact of vouchers on Fort Bend ISD in the future. Also, as private schools are able to expand their capacities and new private schools become accredited. And then finally, there's the issue of homeschooling. Now, homeschooling is a significant but difficult to quantify factor in enrollment decline for ISDs. And the reason for that is because Texas is one of 20 states that does not require parents to register with the state in order to homeschool. And so we have limited information about we have anecdotal information, but limited real data. However, recent advances in geofencing and increased smartphone usage may provide additional avenues for collecting that kind of data in the future. So this brings me to what you really want to hear tonight, and that is what has changed in the enrollment projections. How have they changed this year? On the left are the maps that you have seen from us for a number of years. The utilization in 5 years, the projected students per compared to the capacity of each campus in 5 years, according to last year's projections. So everything you see in red is projected to be greater than 120% utilization. Everything in orange is greater than 100%. Everything in light blue is less than 80% utilized, and everything in dark blue is less than 60% utilized. Now, as you've seen for years, there's projected overutilization in the northwest and the southeast, where the new housing construction is happening, and you see a lot of blue in the central and along the north boundary of the district. Now, on the right is the same utilization in 5 years, but it's based on this year's new projections. So how do they compare? Well, we still see some projected overutilization in the northwest and southwest, but it's not projected to be as severe. For example, you can notice that Patterson is projected to have fewer students because of what I just told you about the ratios in Trillium being significantly lower than other master plan communities and dropping this year as well. What else do you notice about the comparison? There are significantly more campuses in the central and northern parts of the district that are now dark blue, or less than 60% utilized in 5 years. So what does this mean to this board and community tonight, and how does this relate to the long-range boundary planning? The new projections strengthen the need for rezoning or consolidations that the district is considering. So to summarize, what has changed? The housing market has cooled, fewer new houses being built, and fewer existing homes being sold. There are fewer Fort Bend students moving into those new houses that are being built. There are fewer local births in most zip codes in the district. There have been changes in federal immigration policy and enforcement, and 4 new charter schools have been approved in the past year. And the new rules for educational savings account have recently been published, so we have a better idea of what that will entail. So again, what does this mean for tonight and for the boundary planning process? These new projections have been used as a validation check for the SBAC's work and the options that you will see tonight. Since the current enrollment and the new projections are lower than last year's projections, they now support and strengthen the need for boundary realignment and consolidation. And just to remind you, you're not alone. There are large districts all over Texas who are going through this same process and having to make similarly difficult decisions. And they are finding how important it is to, one, understand the fluidity of projections and still continue to make decisions in the absence of a perfectly clear crystal ball. So with that, I can take questions.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next presentation, I want to see if the trustees have any questions about the PASA presentation. Okay, I don't see any at this time. So we'll go on to the next one, Ms. Turnbaugh with PBK, correct? Mm-hmm.
No, that's not me. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, board, Dr. Smith. So I'm Melissa Turnbaugh. I am an architect and a senior principal at PBK, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Facility Condition Index and the update that we are contracted to do. So before I start, it's good to always set the premise and framework of what is a Facility Condition Index. It is a score that is given comparing the cost of repairing existing deficiencies within a building versus the cost of replacing a facility. Sometimes you probably do this on your own at home when you're looking at, do I invest and how much do I need to invest in my car, or is it better stewardship to replace it? That is the lens that we use for a Facility Condition Index, about being good stewards of the resources. To understand the score, a low score, which you'll see in a lot of the graphics tonight represented in green, that represents a newer campus or a facility that doesn't have an extensive amount of deficiencies. Similarly, an orange or a red is a campus with a higher score that might have higher deficiencies. How do we determine these reports? How do we find these deficiencies? It is through a lens of a lot of different information and data. It is one facet that I know you're going to hear from tonight that contributes to kind of understanding what's happening at the campus. But it is through extensive multidisciplinary walks of campus, talking to the staff at the campus as well as the facilities teams. In 2021, we were so fortunate to work on a long-range facility master plan. This was a much more comprehensive look at the district. We did as well multidisciplinary walks, so architects, engineers. We did interviews with all of the different principals. We did it with departmental leads, understanding not just what is happening currently on the campus, but also what is coming, what's happening ahead in CTE, what is happening with athletics. We did detailed surveys. We updated all of the floor plans from all of the work that had already transpired from the 2018 bond, detailed pricing. We mentioned there was a lot of changing happening in the middle of this process. The Texas Education Agency changed how we determined capacities for campuses. So we did an assessment of that using the new lens from the TEA. What did that do to the changing and how we calculate capacities? And then finally, we updated and revised the technical design guidelines as well as the educational specifications. This round in 2025, we were focusing strictly on this Facility Condition Index lens. So we took the great information thanks to working with the district that was gathered from 2021, and we used that as a benchmark, but we still walked every campus. We had architects, we had engineers, civil, mechanical, electrical, we had building envelope consultants, food service consultants, walking every campus to understand what is the current needs of the campus, and also looking at the life cycle. And that is how we would determine the score. So some would say, well, why would the FCI change over the past few years? Well, one, from the 2018 as well as the 2023 bond scope, there's been a lot of upgrades and improvements that have happened. So those upgrades will decrease the FCI score because you have made an investment in those campuses. Similarly, some campuses have aging infrastructure, and so nothing is wrong. These campuses are all very well maintained and are serving the students so well, but there's things that are coming out of life cycle. The roof is getting older, the chiller is becoming closer to the end of its life. So nothing poor, but just understanding that there at some point will need to be an investment in those pieces of equipment. And then finally, the changing requirements. As codes have changed, the Texas Education Agency has changed, that also will put a lot of changes that will require and directly impact the FCI. So I believe in front of you, you have a list of all of the campuses in the district in alphabetical order and subsequently by kind of elementary, middle, and high. And so with that, this is, when you're looking at these reports, just a kind of a graphic of what to look at. This is an example of the high schools. So if you look at the high schools, you'll notice in some of the high schools that the numbers in red show, like Clements, that had in 2021 a higher FCI score. The district made the decision to rebuild Clements, and so now, while in process, it would have a very low FCI score. And subsequently, other campuses are similar. I want to give a couple of examples of campuses that also have changed FCI scores. So Mission Bend Elementary, when we were assessing in 2021, it had an FCI of 42. Now it is Mission Elementary and is a brand new campus, and so it has a very low FCI score. Lantern Lane had an FCI score of 46%. Now it is Mission Elementary and is a brand new campus, and so it has a very low FCI score. Lantern Lane had an FCI score of 46%, but there's been a significant investment through the 2023 bond in that campus. It has new flooring, lighting, a lot of infrastructure, and so in turn, the FCI score has gone down. Schiff Elementary had an FCI score of 20 and now is 27. It's a fairly new campus. That's strictly due to aging infrastructure, understanding that over time, you're gonna have to make a larger investment in those campuses as some of that falls out of life cycle. So it's important to note, this is one tool, one lens that we have the opportunity to look at to understand what is happening at each one of these campuses from an investment perspective. And so with that, I can.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the trustees on this presentation? Okay, we have none at this time. So next up, Dr. Smith, how did you want to?
So Beth is going to share some information, and then we'll transition later to Bob and Zonda.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Good evening, trustees, President Tassan, board members. I'm happy to be here this evening to share additional information and provide the draft boundary plans for elementary schools across the district and for the opening of Amy Coleman Middle School, as well as draft plans for possible elementary school closures or consolidations. This focused scope of work allowed Zonda, our boundary planner, staff, the SBAC, and trustees time and space to focus on elementary campuses district-wide and for the boundary of the opening of Coleman Middle School, which takes into consideration system impacts, change management, really being able to focus on making sure that we bring forward ultimately in March recommendations that answer all of your questions and to the greatest extent possible the questions of the district and help from a change management perspective and from just a support aspect for our students and our parents and our staff, the time to work through that at the elementary level and ensure a firm foundation in attendance boundary changes at that level as we then begin the next phase of work at our middle school and high school level and to align those feeder patterns accordingly. The focus of this work, as Dr. Smith mentioned earlier, remains being the balancing of enrollment for the reasons that Dr. Tapera shared with you in our stabilizing and declining enrollment across the district. We know we have more seats available than we will ever need again in this district, given that we are entering a time of full built-out areas within the district and that stabilization in our enrollment. This is not an opportunity to close a budget deficit or to make a major impact in budget savings. It is a time to look at balancing that enrollment, maximizing the space that we have, and utilizing it for our academic programs. And any cost savings associated would be poured back into our students and back into our academic programming. After tonight's information session, Bob Templeton from Zonda, our boundary planner, will be sharing very specific information about the draft plans at the elementary level and the draft plans for consolidation, as well as the middle school plans. And he'll be bringing forward details about the planning process as well as maps. But as I move into the rest of the process, I want to share some really important information about how we engaged in this process with the SBAC around policy FC Local, which is the policy that guides our attendance boundary planning. And then as we share the drafts publicly today, it is critical, as Dr. Smith said, if he could say the word draft 1,000 times, he would, to emphasize the word draft in this process. If you'll recall, initially our timeline was to bring forward boundary proposals to the community during the January time period. And we listened and we heard from not only you trustees, but also our community that we want to see what's happening. We want the planning in public, and we need to know more about the plans that you have in place and what the SBAC has been doing. And so the plans that we're going to share with you tonight are draft, as we are receiving information from PASA, have received recently updated projection information from PASA. That's information that's critical to the mission and critical to reviewing with our SBAC to determine if there are any further adjustments as we move into January before posting scenarios for public feedback, if we need to make any adjustments to that. And so we'll be working with our SBAC to analyze that information. Work will continue over winter break, and then when we come back, we'll know if we need to make any further adjustments, and we'll be, as I said, working with our SBAC around that. So here on the screen, you see a graphic, a process map that has a lot of information on it. It's difficult to determine what it means when you look at it initially, but it illustrates the iterative and fluid process that's complex, it's dynamic, multi-layered, and it is guided by policy FC Local. So I'm going to take a little while to explain this to you because it really depicts the planning process for how the draft boundary plans came to you today. So first, Zonda, our boundary planner, worked to create several conceptual options. They narrowed them down to their strongest recommendations before sharing them even with district administration. They really studied our district in depth to do that work. After initial discussions and adjustments, these concepts were further refined by the review of our core team. And that's a team full of district leaders made up of subject matter experts across 13 key areas, such as programs, transportation, human resources, and several others. The core team met 5 times throughout the course of this work so far and shared feedback to Zonda and to the administrative team working on this project. Zonda took all their feedback and made additional adjustments before presenting concepts to the members of the board during 10 small group board meetings with most of the trustees. Each meeting was comprised of 2 to 3 trustees, so that was a total of 5 meetings for each one of the trustees in that 10-meeting cycle. And their feedback led to additional refinements where it was necessary or feasible. Once these plans were finalized at the concept level, they were transformed into the draft boundary scenarios for the SBAC to begin working. The SBAC met over 9 meetings and engaged in extensive discussion, review, raised challenging questions, and provided feedback to shape the draft plans that you'll see this evening. This process ensured that community input was considered throughout the process and came from a district-wide perspective with a student focus. The image on the slide shows the fluid, collaborative process. It shows how input from multiple stakeholders throughout this process have influenced the development of the draft boundary plans that you'll see shortly, and ultimately the proposed scenarios for public review and feedback in January, because as we take your feedback this evening and further review the data provided by PASA, we will re-engage in this iterative process as soon as we return from winter break. You've heard us mention policy FC local. It is the board policy that guides the attendance boundary process. And per this policy, the SBAC shall give input to the administration on recommendations being developed for board consideration. And they are to study the information provided by the boundary planner, seek clarification on any questions that they have, and review for alignment of the boundary plans against the decision principles that are in policy FC local. So I want to walk us through those decision principles so everyone in the room and listening online can be familiar. The decision principles are student-centered recommendations that consider the unique needs of the students at each campus. They have to be utilized to design school attendance boundaries, and the recommendations and their rationale shall also demonstrate equitable, effective, and efficient use of our district facilities. These principles, per policy, shall be the primary factors explicitly considered in making attendance boundary decisions for recommendations to the board. The principles are not in any priority order. There are 5 categories, with the first being community integrity, and you see that on the screen, and it states that attendance boundaries shall safely house students and professional staff, align student transitions within the district within a designated feeder pattern, and where feasible and practical, the boundaries shall support neighborhood concept by combining geographically proximate neighborhoods, subdivisions, multifamily dwellings, and developments. It's important to know, though, we have several master plan communities within Fort Bend ISD, and master plan communities are not covered as a neighborhood. We know they're much too large for that neighborhood concept. Where feasible and practical, entire neighborhoods should be assigned to the same schools. Notably, the size and location of large neighborhoods may require deviation from this principle. Where feasible and practical, we utilize safe and reasonable walking distances to ensure healthier students and minimize the need for transportation. The growth projection category states that we are to efficiently use existing facilities as well as effective and equitable delivery of academic programs, curriculum, and extracurricular opportunities being equally important factors in the design of attendance boundaries. Utilization shall be balanced among campuses so that we avoid penalizing schools that are experiencing growth. We manage over and underutilization and minimize the long-term reliance on our portable classrooms. Program accommodations, student needs, require attention to be given to unique needs of student populations at each campus that may not be reflected in the numbers alone. Frequency of change is our guidance to the extent possible to design boundaries to withstand the test of time so that students in a given area are not required to change schools because of an attendance boundary change more than once at a given level, so not more than once at elementary or middle or high school. Further in policy FC local, we have information that details what happens if that were to occur at any particular time, and there are also points of policy that allow for parents and students to have some choice requesting a transfer. For example, in an elementary boundary change where a rising 5th grader could request to stay at the campus without district transportation provided, and the same holds true at the middle school level for students who are rising into 8th grade. They can ask for a transfer to remain at their current campus. The last decision principle, cost effectiveness, states recommendations shall consider financial impact, lessening future capital and operational budget costs. The cost of portable classrooms, transportation, additional staffing requirements, and other costs related to attendance boundary options shall be considered. So at the end of each review session, once we, with the SBAC, reached that final meeting, sometimes it wasn't in the first meeting, it was in the second, or possibly third, the committee would weigh in on the alignment of the decision principles to the scenario that they were reviewing to bring forward to the board and then to the public for further feedback. They reviewed multiple boundary scenarios for the Northwest and the Central area over the course of the 9 meetings. They reviewed by geographic area, to the number of potential schools and students being impacted. We broke it down into geographic areas, Northwest Central and Southeast Central, and that's because there's a cascading effect that may cross over in the central area of the district. And so we use the geographic look at the map in the SBAC's work rather than feeder pattern by feeder pattern because of the domino or cascading effect. The SBAC members examined multiple scenarios for each of the geographic areas. And when questions remained or agreement was not reached, Zonda would analyze whether additional adjustments were possible or needed. If revisions were feasible, Zonda would collaborate with the internal team in the district to confirm practicality. And what that looked like is conversations, for example, with transportation. Is this a feasible option? Would it require more routes, less routes, et cetera? The committee reviewed updated facility condition information when we received it around mid-October, current student enrollment and enrollment trends, number of students residing in the walkable area of a boundary, transportation information, academic performance, just to name a few. This approach, as I mentioned earlier, is fluid and responsive, and it allowed for updates, dialogue, and additional processing to gauge the level of agreement among the SBAC members and bring forward draft plans for the board to review, and ultimately will lead to the creation of the proposed boundary scenarios that we will release to the public for feedback in January. You've seen this timeline before, but it's ever-changing so that we can keep it current, and we have changed it from time to time in terms of the dates so that we can bring you up-to-date information. So I want to share our next steps, which will include the review of the updated PASA projections, as I mentioned, over the winter break. We'll make any necessary adjustments to boundary plans in collaboration with our SBAC, and then in January, post the proposed boundary scenarios for the public to review and provide feedback. If there are any changes or adjustments to the draft plans that you see today based on that practice, we will bring that forward during a meeting or a workshop in January for the board to receive the information and have further conversation and ask questions. I want to emphasize that the plans that we will review with you this evening are draft and will continue to be reviewed, as I have mentioned. All of this information and the data will serve as another layer of review over the winter break and into January, and we will make any adjustments that are necessary to the plans. Should we make any, as I mentioned, we'll engage with the SBAC. We have several members here this evening, and I know they're excited at the potential of more conversations and more meetings. They have done an outstanding job serving in the role with a district-wide lens and focused on our students. And so I know they will be more than willing to come back and engage around the updated data and determine if we need to make any adjustments. When we do post the proposed boundary plans online in January, there will be an opportunity to engage with an interactive map. So as a parent, if I'm interested in, for example, the Austin feeder pattern, I can go in, look at the large map, hover over my address, and see where that proposed boundary has me attending or has my students attending in the coming year. And then you can access information about each particular feeder pattern and give feedback through an online survey.
So I think what we'll do is, since we have about 12 minutes remaining, let's ask Mr. Templeton to come up, present his first couple of slides. Then we'll adjourn, and you can finish when we start the next meeting.
Thank you. That was my pause. I do want to welcome Bob Templeton, our outside boundary planner with Zonda, to the podium. Thank you, Bob, for being here.
Well, good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Smith. It is great to be with you tonight. I'll start by just sharing that we started this phase of the project in June, where my colleague Stuart Keogh and I began reviewing and working with the PASA forecasted data, and I can confirm that what Dr. Tara mentioned at the beginning was spot on with what we are seeing as well. It is not truly one issue that's causing these challenges with enrollment decline. It's multiple things around the changes in birth rates, the changes in choices, and the challenging housing market. So we looked at the PASA data, the enrollment trends. We also studied the facility condition report back from the 2021 report. We looked at geography. We looked at the campus information. We loaded that information into our GIS planning software, which allows us to study the data and to begin crafting those scenarios. One of those key pieces of data truly was the utilization of those campuses. Of course, in the summer, we were starting with the data from the previous school year. And then as the summer progressed, we got the new school year started. We layered in the enrollment data as of August the 29th. So the utilization rates that we're now looking at are for this school year at the very beginning of the school year back in August. And when we looked over that data, you'll notice there are some things that really jump out. Those yellow highlighted cells have utilizations less than 80%. Where there's a red percentage, those campuses have utilization rates that are lower than 60%. Those green shaded cells have utilizations between 80 and 100%. And those red highlights, those are those growth areas, those areas that have over 100% utilization. Now, these utilization rates are based on the enrollments at those campuses at that time with those programs in place. So it was showing you the attending enrollments for those campuses. So just to give you the highlights of the plans that we're going to be presenting tonight, there are no changes for 14 campuses. So 14 campuses, no changes. There are about 18 campuses where we are adding students or adding zones to those campuses. We have 5 campuses that have decreasing areas or decreasing numbers of students. And we've got some campuses that are in those cascading areas that are receiving some new areas, and they're also decreasing in areas. So that's those cascading campuses that have students flowing in and some students flowing out. And through these scenarios, we have the possibility of 7 campuses for consolidation or closure. 38 elementary campuses are impacted with the plans that we'll be showing later tonight. So just to kind of highlight, these are the campuses with no changes to their areas or to their students: Brazos Bend, Burton, Colony Meadows, Ferguson, Goodman, Henry, Jones, Oakland, Oyster Creek, Parks, Quail Valley, Ship, Sienna Crossing, Sullivan. No changes to these attendance zones. These are the campuses that we are seeing some areas that would have increasing in numbers of students or neighborhoods moving into these zones. I'll let those sink in for a bit. I'll also cover this again at the regular session. And these are the campuses that have decreasing areas of enrollment or decreasing in the number of students. These are primarily the growth areas: Heritage Rose, Neal, Palmer, Patterson, Walker Station. The Walker Station change was purely out of proximity. And then these are the campuses with the increase and decrease in the areas or students: Aldridge, Holly, Leonetti, Madden, Malala, Seguin, Settlers Way, and Town West. And here are the campuses for consideration for closure or consolidations: Austin Parkway, Dulles, Fleming, Glover, Mission West, Ridgegate, and Sugar Mill. Now, just to give you the highlights of especially focusing on these campuses for possible closure or consideration, again, that current student enrollment number is the enrollment as of August the 29th for this year. That does take into consideration programs and transfers. It gives you that utilization rate for those campuses. You can see they range anywhere from a low of 40% for Glover to Dulles having one of the higher utilization rates at 77%. And then we've also got the column for the 2025 facility condition score. And you can see the scoring there. And then we've got the proposed new schools. So this is showing where those areas would be rezoned to. So the Austin Parkway changes would result in students moving into Settlers Way and Butcher. Dulles would result in areas moving into Highlands and Lexington Creek. Fleming is moving in areas into Drawback and Town West. Glover, moving into Armstrong and Hunters Glen. Mission West is consolidating into Mission. And then we've got Ridgegate moving into Aldridge and Ridgemont. And Sugar Mill would be rezoned under this scenario into Barrington Place, Drawback, and Lakeview. So, touching on some of the highlights, as we started this process, we were looking at the schools that were over capacity or nearing capacity. Some of the things that we were studying was if the area had new developments, if there was any adjacent schools that had space, and then we were looking at the geography, including roadways, walkability, the impacts of these movements, and how do programs impact the number of students in the proposed attendance boundary shift. Those were some of the things that we looked at as it related to those campuses that were either at capacity or just over capacity. For the areas that were under capacity, we were looking at some similar trends. What is the enrollment trend for the school? Is that likely going to continue to decline, or is it stabilizing? Are there adjacent schools that need relief? So we were always looking at things in clusters of what was in the closest proximity and how could we best utilize the schools that were closest. Is there an adjacent school that is experiencing lower enrollment? Again, we were looking at geography, including major roadways, infrastructure issues, walkability, and how do the programs impact the number of students? Could a potential closure of a school improve the overall utilizations? And how would school closures impact programs, transportation, walkability, feeder patterns, and transfer students? When we developed these scenarios, we would meet with the core team, we would meet with transportation so that we could get as much input and a variety input as possible to help form these starter plans. And again, we use the facility condition report to help us with that. Now, I'm not sure if this would be a good time for a pause or to prepare for the next, the break in the board, but this is that look going back to the utilization to where we started this process back in the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Templeton. So we are going to dig in a little deeper during the regular meeting.
Yes.
But do the trustees have any questions so far? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and we'll pick up at the regular meeting during the information item, and we'll go ahead and adjourn at this time. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Okay, the time is 6:27 p.m. and we are adjourned. So if the if y'all want to take a few minutes and then we'll come back, please. back to this.
May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during a designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. The time is 6:39 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person, and notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 3 business days. If everyone will please rise for the singing of the national anthem by the Ridgepoint High School Choir and remain standing for a moment of silence.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glad, bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. You may be seated. If the trustees and Dr. Smith will please join me in front of the dais for recognitions.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Smith, and trustees. First, we are going to start by giving a huge thanks to this evening's national anthem performers from Ridgepoint High School, their choir ensemble led by Director Chelsea Berner. Everybody give them a round of applause.
Maria, there's more on this side than there's on. Maybe send a couple to the right. All right, big smiles, everybody. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. One more for backup. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you again. Tonight, we have 4 special recognitions for the month of December. First, we have the Texas Art Education Association, TAEA, announced Fort Bend ISD as one of the 2025 District of Distinction Award honorees. The district received this honor for providing a well-rounded education that advocates and integrates visual arts curriculum to inspire creativity and build social-emotional learning that connects learners to their community and beyond. Here tonight we have Jim Drew, Fine Arts Director, Fahmi Khan, Visual Arts Coordinator, and Arts Facilitators, Ms. Amanda Liverman, Michelle Rose, and Olivia Hooper. Congratulations. Big smiles.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more for backup. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dulles Middle School Symphony Orchestra, who finished 3rd at the Texas Music Educators Association's Honor Full Orchestra Competition. Here tonight, we have conductors Marisol Luna, Edward O'Day, and Adam Blakey, along with student leaders Ryan Rahimi and Zoe Rivera. If we could have the gentleman step behind Ms. Geronio. There we go. Perfect. Big smiles.
1, 2, 3. One more. One more for backup. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. From Sir Tarsha Middle School, the Varsity Treble Choir was selected to perform at the Southern Division Conference of the Organization of American Cuddly Educators. Here tonight is Director Allison Greider and Assistant Director Jacob Pardron, along with student leaders Selena Shu and Ijiu Zhou.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more for backup. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And last but definitely not least, 8 Fort Bend ISD student artworks were selected to be a part of the Texas Art Education Association's 2025 Tex Ed Con exhibition. The exhibition showcased artwork from across the state. Here tonight, we have Mirza Baj from Garcia Middle School with teacher Richard Battenfield, Emma Jeter from Ridgepoint High School with teacher Jenny Nguyen, May Lee from Clements High School with teacher Olivia Hooper, Hannah Liu from Commonwealth Elementary School with teacher Tamana Patel. Prayasi Patel from Sartarsha Middle School with teacher Talia Trapp. Samantha Weston of Schiff Elementary School with teacher Keen Fairchild. Mariah Williams of Dulles High School with teacher Meredith Donahoe. And Mina Shiyuyu from Butcher Elementary School with teacher Faye Tai. Give them a big round of applause. If I can have everyone to step in for your photo. All right, everybody show your certificates. Big smiles on three.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more for backup. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations again, and this concludes this evening's recognitions. Well,
Next up is our public comment. We have 17 speakers this evening. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from the entire community. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name or other information that allows a specific student or employee to be identified. Our board secretary, Dr. Gilliam, will keep time and will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. First up is Antonia Milligan. Antonia Milligan? Yes? No? Okay. Next up is Tessie Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Trustee Garcia. I'm a Mom to 5 PTO member and Fort Bend ISD alumni. I will have 3 students attending Elkins High School next fall, which is why I'm here tonight. Elkins High School is facing a serious and urgent issue today, overcrowding. Our school holds over 2,800 students and in a building designed for 2,500 that was built back in 1992. We are currently sitting at 112% capacity, which makes it the most crowded high school in all of Fort Bend ISD. Overcrowding alone is challenging, but the reality is even more concerning. To manage the overflow, the campus now relies on 13 portable buildings outside. These portables were meant to be temporary solutions, but they've become long-term classrooms. Unfortunately, they're not safe, secure, or suitable learning environments for any child. Every day, hundreds of students walk in and out of these portables, exposed to weather, security risks, and conditions that fall short of what we consider acceptable for our high schoolers. Inside the main building, hallways are crowded to the point where students can barely move between classes. In fact, to remedy habitual tardies caused by all of this overcrowding, we had to add an additional minute to our passing periods this year. Taking away from instructional time for our students is not a solution to overcrowding. Our common spaces, such as the cafeteria, bathrooms, gyms, and library, all overflow. These conditions don't just inconvenience students, they affect attendance, academic performance, mental health, and overall safety. It is for Bend ISD's collective responsibility to ensure that students always have access to a safe, secure, and effective learning environment. So we need clear actions on solutions from the Board of Trustees. We're not waiting 2 or 3 years to implement those solutions. Our kids deserve classrooms that support their learning, not structures that put them at risk. They deserve hallways that they can move through freely, not bottlenecks. They deserve a school that's designed for their success and not one that's strained far beyond capacity with very little resources. Tonight, I'm asking you to treat this issue as a priority, as it make our students more important than the fear of making certain neighborhoods angry, and more important than promised political favors. The district has now deferred the long-range boundary planning of high schools for another 2 or 3 years. Our students cannot wait. Their safety, their mental health, and their education cannot wait. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Dhruva Ambati.
Good evening. My name is Dhruva Ambati, and I'm a sophomore from I.H. Kempner High School. Previously, I covered the privacy concerns regarding the application of GoGuardian. This time, I want to focus on what happens if we simply accept this implementation as normal. If we get used to being monitored now, then it may become easier for even more intrusive systems to be introduced later. And that's how rights slowly fade. Not all at once, but through small steps. For example, in my seminar class, my Canva tab kept getting locked out even though my teacher doesn't even use GoGuardian. That means teachers from other classes can interfere with my work without my knowledge, affecting daily learning. This disrupts learning and crosses boundaries between classrooms. Additionally, I have to reconnect to GoGuardian every time I get home because of the different Wi-Fi, and the process takes way too long and definitely interferes with my work. From the petition I co-monitor with Hector Pham, 100% of the 80+ responses, along with 1,000+ responses from a change.org petition, both supported removing GoGuardian in our district. Students and parents were never meaningfully informed or consulted before this implementation. This is thus a transparency issue. There are already national conversations about this, including proposals like the Parental Oversight and Educational Transparency Act, which argues that parents and families deserve a say in how student data is collected and used. Even though it hasn't passed, the fact that it exists shows how serious these concerns are. We are simply asking for reasonable limits. If we don't speak up now, we risk normalizing a future where student privacy simply does not exist. Thank you, Dr. Mark Smith and Board of Trustees, for your time and everything you do for our district, and we hope you look into this.
Thank you. Next is Adnan Siddiqui.
Good evening, board members. My name is Adnan Siddiqui, and I'm here as a parent from Neal Elementary and as a Harvest Green resident. I want to start by thanking the board for giving us the time to speak to you. I want to respectfully urge FBISD to prioritize long-term stability in the boundary planning process. My wife and I both completed 13 years of education in this very district, and we chose to come home to FBISD when the eldest of our 3 children was ready for first grade. Moving forward, we would love for all 3 of them to enjoy our neighborhood schools over the next 10 to 15 years. But I think a situation in which we are revisiting the boundaries every few years would be incredibly impactful on our schools, our communities, and most importantly, our children. I asked the district to use the most accurate housing and population projections available, data that truly reflects what's being built and who's moving into the area. Getting this right now is critical. As we just heard, the last PASA projections didn't quite pan out. When boundaries are based on outdated or incomplete data, it leads to constant adjustments, which creates instability for children, families, and campuses. Beyond that, multiple disruptions over a short period can push families to look for alternatives outside FBISD. None of us want that. We simply want consistent, thoughtful planning so our kids can grow in the same schools, build long-term relationships, and feel rooted in their community. Thank you for your time and considering the long-term impact of this decision on not just Neal families, but the entire district as a whole.
Thank you. Next up is Derek Dawson.
Good evening. During my last address, I emphasized the importance of a positive and collaborative relationship between administration and teachers to ensure that students continue to receive the high-quality education for which our district is known. Such a relationship requires mutual understanding, compassion, and intentional relationship building. Over the past several months, there has been an influx of teacher concerns, many of which could have been avoided had these principles been consistently applied. The vast majority of teachers fully understand the weight and responsibility of this profession and what it entails. They are not requesting anything beyond what is equitable and fair. I urge you to take a deliberate and reflective look at the interpersonal interactions between administration and teachers to ensure that dignity, respect, and common decency are consistently upheld. Let me be clear, perfection is not the expectation. However, excellence must remain the standard and not merely the goal. Excellence diminishes when it is not modeled, when expectations are applied inconsistently, or when accountability appears selective. Many teachers have expressed that they feel that they have no meaningful recourse but to remain silent out of concern of potential retaliation. This retaliation may manifest through appraisals, unfair targeting, or an excessive focus on minor details that serves to discourage rather than develop. Such practices do not reflect effective leadership, nor do they foster a healthy school culture. I look forward to engaging in a meaningful and constructive dialogue to address these concerns and to restore trust, professionalism, and collaboration across our campuses, leading the pack. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Teresa Noyola.
Good evening, board members. My name is Teresa Noyola, and I am the parent of a student at Quail Valley Middle School. I have lived in my current residence for 20 years, and one of the primary reasons I moved to Quail Valley was because of the strength of our zone schools, specifically his zone high school. I am very concerned with talks regarding rezoning our community schools. My son is an AB student and a well-behaved young man. Like all parents, I want to create the best environment possible so he can continue on this positive path throughout his formative years. Children thrive when their learning environment matches their academic goals and individual needs. A sudden change, especially to a school facing documented challenges, can disrupt progress and affect motivation. Statistics consistently show that moving a child from a higher performing campus to a lower performing campus can negatively impact academic performance, especially to high achieving students like my son. If this rezoning places my child in a school that cannot offer the same level of academic quality, I will have difficult decisions to make. I will have to consider placing him in a private school, a charter school, or even moving from the community I have called home for 2 decades. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns, and please consider the real personal impact that these decisions have on our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is San Juanita Franco.
Good evening, trustees and Fort Bend ISD leaders. My name is San Juanita Franco, and I'm the parent of a 7th grader at Quail Valley Middle School, an A-rated campus that has helped my child thrive. Tonight, I want to talk about transparency, long-term planning, and the strategic outlook. Transparency means sharing the numbers driving these decisions. By 2029-2030, middle schools are projected to operate at about 73% utilization. Elementary schools will be at 76% and high schools at 85%. Yet today, some campuses in high-growth areas are over 120% capacity, while others sit at about 38%. Families deserve to see these figures, the criteria behind boundary changes, and the trade-offs in plain language. But here's where the community disagrees. Rezoning children from an A-rated school to a significantly lower-rated campus undermines confidence in the process. Parents choose neighborhoods and invest in schools based on performance. When those choices are disregarded, it feels arbitrary and it erodes trust. Long-term planning should prioritize stability, phase adjustments, grandfathering current students, and program placement that protects feeder patterns and academic continuity. And the strategic outlook is trust. Rezoning isn't just lines on a map. It impacts academic success, property values, and community stability. Therefore, my call to action is simple and specific. publish all boundary scenarios, capacity utilization tables, and rating impacts before any vote, grandfather current students at high-performing schools and protect feeder patterns, set a rezoning moratorium, no boundary changes more than once per feeder pattern within a 5-year window, commit to post-implementation metrics, utilization targets, travel times, achievement and retention, with public dashboards and quarterly updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Hector Pham.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Hector Pham, and I return today with a stronger mandate for our student body. Alongside Druva and Body, I co-authored a poll that gathered over 80 responses from students across multiple campuses, a diverse, representative voice of our district. We asked 3 direct questions. First, do you view GoGuardian as an invasion of student privacy? Every single student, 100%, said yes. Second, do you believe students have a better learning environment without GoGuardian? Again, 100% said yes. Finally, how has the implementation of GoGuardian affected you personally? Here, we received multiple alarming responses. Tonight, I have submitted some of those responses for you to review. All responses are anonymous on our end, so students could speak freely without fear of retaliation. GoGuardian interferes with my learning, blocking educational websites that are important for my research. Second quote, it makes me feel like I'm being watched even from home. Third, I was searching something personal on my laptop and my teacher locked my screen and prevented me from doing so. It embarrassed the student and humiliated the student. As a board, you are entrusted with listening to students and ensuring policies reflected their best interests. Ignoring this poll would mean disregarding the very people these tools are supposed to serve. We urge you to remove GoGuardian, not tomorrow, not after more delays, but now. The longer it remains, the more trust erodes between students and administration. I stand here as one student, but as the voice of many. Alongside Druva and Body and the 80+ students who responded, we demand change. The time for listening has passed. The time for action is here. Remove GoGuardian and show us our voices matter. Finally, I respectfully request that this issue be placed on the agenda for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amtul Batul.
Good evening. My name is Batul. I'm a Neil parent and a resident of Harvest Green. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I previously spoke about concerns regarding rezoning the portion of Harvest Green that's east of Harlem Road. That's where I'm from. My primary concern is whether the most current growth data is reflected in the maps that we're going to see today. I was hoping to look at that maps before I spoke today, but in the absence of that. The 2024 to 25 PASA demographic study shows significantly fewer occupied homes in our area than exist today. Is actually half the number. Which raises concerns about whether future enrollment has been fully accounted for. I respectfully ask the district to clarify what data was used, why these scenarios were selected, and how the district plans to avoid repeated rezoning as our community continues to grow. Clear answers would go a long way in easing the anxiety many families are feeling, especially because we have yet to find out what the timeline is for middle and high school boundary selections. I know you said that that's like an intensive process, but it would be nice to at least know what the timeline is, because there's a lot of people in our community that have students going to middle and high school that are anxious right now. So at least just having a timeline would really ease a lot of our concerns. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Marilyn Moore.
Good evening, President Hassan, Dr. Smith, and the board. My name is Marilyn Moore, founder and president of Friends of the Sugarland 95. First, I want to thank you for your unanimous approval and finally securing approval of the $1.5 million interlocal agreement with Commissioner Andy Myers and Commissioners Court. It took about 3 years to get to this point, but we made it. During the past 3 years, we have seen a lot of change at the district. The board, the superintendent, staff, and positive change in thought and actions about the Sugarland 95 project. Amid all the changes, Friends has been present and consistent. We have been active participants in this process, meeting with leaders, organizations, communicating with Commissioner Myers. We have spoken at board meetings, community organizations and schools, and conducted tours of the exhibit and cemetery at Reese. We have been consistent and present because presence is important, and this project is important to us. In 2022, we learned that a community partner was needed for the Sugarland 95 Memorial Project. A task force was formed, and in June 2023, we became Friends of the Sugarland 95, a nonprofit with the purpose of supporting this project as your official community partner. We have been, we are, and we will continue to be your official community partner, and our desire is to be included and engaged from the planning to the completion of this historical educational project. In February 2025, I spoke before the board and stated, quote, "We pray and look forward to the day when Fort Bend Commissioner Andy Myers signed the MOU, otherwise known as Interlocal Agreement, with Fort Bend ISD to move the project forward. As you know, the agreement was approved on December 4th, 2025. Lastly, we are here to continue the work and legacy of my late husband, Reginald Moore, the first friend of the Sugarland 95, and to ensure that this part of history is not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer Obie.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am the parent of a 7th grader at Quail Valley Middle School, a freshman at Elkins High School, and I am also a proud product of Fort Bend ISD myself. When we decided where to raise our children, the quality of schools was at the very top of the list. Fort Bend ISD was home to me, and it was a district that was thriving. For our family, choosing this community felt like a natural and confident decision. My concern this evening is that the school board does not appear to be sharing the full picture with families and stakeholders. From the outside, it feels as though decisions may already be in motion, yet rationale and long-term plans have not been clearly communicated. While the focus this year is being placed on elementary schools and middle schools are integral parts of the feeder pattern that ultimately impact our high schools as well. Decisions made in isolation at one level inevitably have long-term consequences across the entire system. My request is that the board consider and communicate a comprehensive district-wide vision rather than evaluating one level of schools at a time. Without transparency around the broader plan, it can create perception that decisions are being made behind closed doors and introduced incrementally under the premise of only looking at elementary schools for now. I respectfully ask that the board share the end goals with stakeholders, whether related to school closures, consolidations, or rezoning, so families can understand how today's decisions align with the long-term health of our district. Thank you for your time and listening to the concerns of a parent who cares deeply about this community and its students.
Thank you. Next up is Willie Rainwater.
Good evening, Dr. Smith and President Tasson, rest of the trustees. My name is Willie Rainwater. I'm president of Super Neighborhood 41, also Quail Run on the east side. I'm here tonight to say that I hope that the actions that you take to rebalance the district represents the district as a whole, because in the past, the district has suffered, and it's suffered under all types of administrators. It's suffered under all types of presidents and all types of trustees. And it also has suffered under all types of parents and families. Because the fact of the matter is that the problems that we have in the district, we got to look at ourselves some also. And I mean all of us. Because the issues is that we don't look at each other in the way that we should. We don't take care to look at things to say that if my child goes to a school that's on the other side of something, that it's going to just be devastating for my child. And that's not true. The thing is that Fort Bend ISD as a whole should be excellent for Fort Bend ISD. There should not be a bad school in Fort Bend ISD. But you know why there are? There are because the resources have not been given to those other sides that need the resources. The attention has not been paid. And that's not just you guys. That's all the people that have been here before you guys. And I'm hoping that you guys have the courage and the strength to make that cease right now. Because we can talk all day long. Y'all can say all the niceties and everything else. But the truth of the matter is that you're either here to serve the public and do the right thing, or you're here to serve the master that put you here, whether that be corporate, whether that be an individual, whatever that is, that's the bottom line. So if what we're doing is trying to make our children the best prepared children that they can be to face the future that they're going to have to face, then some tough decisions will have to be made. And we'll all have to understand that. Because if I just want things right for me or the way I look, then that's not going to help anyone else. And in society, we have to be a society that helps all, not just some. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Adil Akhtar.
Good evening, Dr. Smith, Madam President, to the board. As you all know, I'm a member of the School Boundary Advisory Committee, and I want to take these few minutes to share my experience because I believe it may be helpful in providing a little bit of context for those who are watching, those who are in the room. So let me rewind back to August, and I stood here and I spoke about the Fort Bend ISD volunteer committees. And I believed at the time that they were largely broken. I asked you all as leaders to help fix them. And you can do that by giving us as members, as volunteers, more power, more engagement, and an opportunity to engage just a little bit more. And so today, I mean, I can honestly say, standing here, that after 4 months and countless hours, I feel quite comfortable saying that when it comes to the SBAC, that feedback was definitely delivered upon. I think it's important to share this experience, not only, hopefully, to give the community some confidence in the process, but also to engage others to step forward and serve on committees similar to the SBAC. In short, I can say that at least, I can speak for myself when I say as part of SBAC, we were consistently engaged. Our feedback was welcomed and encouraged. Whenever we asked for additional information or resources, it was always provided. The team went above and beyond to make it happen. And so while no process is perfect and no process of this magnitude can be perfect, I firmly believe that this one was approached with honest intent by all that were involved. So, and I do want to thank especially the members of the staff who were part of this process with us. And that includes Pyle, Jody, the rest of the collaborative communities team. So thank you all. And all that said, we are just getting started. And of course, there's always room to improve. So I do have another request moving forward, just like I had a request way back in August, but I'll be making that at another time. Just in the interest of time, I'll save that for the next meeting. But I am confident that just as you all as leaders showed up this time, that you will show up again, and that the SBAC members who are sitting in the jury box over there, those members will be glad to be part of that work. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie Brown.
I want to give an honor to Dr. Smith and the board and say thank you again for tolerating me the second time of my speech. It'll be a little different, and thank you for allowing me to borrow your phone. I just want to say regarding the new way that you're deciding to go to the rezoning and the rebalancing of the district. And first, I just want to say that I served on about 3 different boundary committees where we had no say-so. And now that our areas are being included, I'm not allowed to be on the board. So I see that you're adding more people as you go. And so I'm requesting or asking publicly that I would love to serve. Can you put me back on? And I just want to say just a scenario of the way this may go regarding the way that you're looking at it now. If a student is in 7th grade in 2025, and according to your current proposal, you won't look at the high school boundaries until this student is in 9th grade, 2028. The said student then will need to stay in a high school that is either overcrowded or underutilized all through the high school due to the current rezoning policy, either under the grandfathered rule or because of the limited number of students, a limited amount of times that a student can be moved. Basically, that said student will not benefit from a balanced high school education, and even he or she will graduate in 2031. You all don't think that that's kind of ridiculous? Especially when you have the option which will allow these students to be educated in a well-balanced high school during their entire high school years. Why not just do the right thing for the kids? And as I sat here and I listened to the different concerns of the different parts of the community, one, how do y'all know where you're going to be? I attended a couple of those community meetings, and we weren't told where we were going to be zoned or whether we were going to be consolidated. Or, I mean, how did y'all get in front of the 8-ball and just decide, oh my God, I don't want to be zoned a Marshall? Y'all made a spectacle out of our community for no reason. We really don't know. I don't know. I wasn't privileged to that information. And we've been on the news for about a week or so with people going, oh my God, I wonder what's wrong with that area. It's not fair. I said it in the last meeting that it just looks, I'm sorry, but it looks racist. We're living in a world today where we need to be telling our kids that everybody can go and escalate and be great in the same rooms.
Time. Thank you. Next up is John Fletcher.
Thank you very much for your time, for everyone here. I'm speaking again, and it's, as I was listening to everyone speak, and it seems that we all, the community, have something in common. We looked at the consideration of closing a couple of elementary schools, and one being Glover. And I remember when Glover was first built, Glover was built for the Meadow Creek area to kind of help relieve that. But when the school got built, the parents didn't want their kids going to the school because of demographics. And lo and behold, by the 5th grade year of our daughter, they got the exemplary status from George W. Bush in Texas as being an exemplary school. And to say that, and now we're looking at Elkins High School and Marshall High School. The lady just said Elkins High School is overcrowded, they're having problems. Yet there are kids going to Elkins who live closer to Marshall High School, yet they're overcrowding Elkins High School. And that's something that can be fixed right away with that overcrowding situation, because there are kids right down the street from Marshall. Some kids are equal distance from Marshall and Elkins that can take care of the problem of going to that school. And that would answer the problem of a lot of parents that were having concern right now. So like we just said earlier, we're all in this together. Fort Bend ISD is a great district. That's why we moved here. Every school, there's no bad school. They all need resources, and we can do that. We have the administration that is eager to work on these problems and to fix these problems and have great ideas. And if we just turn them loose and let them go and give them our support, we can have that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jackie Pipkins. Okay, and finally, Ninya Lassir.
Hello. I am coming to you guys regarding how children and the police handle assaults of children and how the administration shows biasness towards children that are staff members of the school. In 2024, and also how legal releases information, redacts information, how police reports are done as well. And January 9th of 2024, my son came from Bush High School into Marshall High School. On the second day of attendance, he was assaulted by 2 of your football players, and their mother happened to be the nurse at the school. Now, during the
Ma'am, so I'm just going to ask you to please refrain from giving any information that would lead to the identification of a student or an employee.
As far as names, I'm not going to give any
Names
names.
or positions, or positions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, anywho, in response to the actual assault, there were photos taken of my son by the medical personnel, and it was not put in their police report. The police report was not written correctly. It did not involve the full investigation of the police report. It was written up as a disorderly conduct when my son was assaulted by 2. He was threatened by 1 individual at one period, and then by lunchtime, he was assaulted by 2 brothers who were children of the staff member. And by the time I tried to collect, which I'm still trying to collect, evidence on the incident as of today's date, which is December the 15th, 2025, it has not been collected. I have reached out to Student Affairs, the police department. I've emailed Dr. Smith personally, and I've been told that the students have graduated. There's nothing to be worried about anymore. It's not a big issue, basically dismissed. You have a police officer that wrote there was body cam footage in his report, but yet it's been confirmed through the
30
lieutenant.
seconds.
There's no body cam footage. There are a lot of concerns that have to do with how administration shows biasness towards parents. Parents of administration versus non-students of administration. And also how the protocol is done when it comes to police handling situations, when it comes to children being assaulted, and the redaction of information. I do have one thing that I want to read that has to do
Time.
with redaction.
Thank you. Next up is the superintendent's update. Dr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I have the following items that I want to share in the superintendent's update this evening. The first item is to recognize Fort Settlement Middle School that once again has been designated as a school to watch by the Texas Association of Secondary Principals and the National Forum to Accelerate Middle School Grades Reform. This recognition was awarded to only about 70 schools statewide. And so Fort Settlement continues to stand out for its outstanding academic programming, its strong campus culture, and its commitment to leveling up. I want to congratulate Principal Dr. Jennifer Williams, along with her staff, her students, and her parents on earning this honor and continuing to lead the pack. Congratulations. Thank you. The next item is to recognize Missouri City Middle School's 50th anniversary. It's a great district milestone. Missouri City Middle School recently celebrated 50 years of educating students and serving the Missouri City community. Principal Dr. Tasha Hamilton, she welcomed a crowd of students, alumni, current and former faculty and staff, community members, and city and state leaders to honor the school's past, the school's present, and the school's future. It was a very well-attended event. The celebration featured incredible student performances and historical displays curated by our students. Fort Bend ISD is proud of the school's 50 years of excellence and the strong legacy of Cougar pride. Thank you. The next item is district partnership. To highlight district partnership, Sugarland 95 Memorial Project. So Fort Bend County Commissioners Court agreed to invest $1.5 million toward the Sugarland 95 Memorial Project. Commissioner Andy Myers advocated for this agreement that will provide important parks on the cemetery grounds and to create an outdoor learning area at the James Reese Center that students across the district will be able to enjoy. Fort Bend ISD is deeply grateful for this partnership. I'm very appreciative of the Commissioner's commitment to help us crossing the finish line on this historic project. Also, Fort Bend ISD will continue working alongside the Friends of Sugarland 95, the nonprofit, to raise additional funds and to engage our community as we move toward creating a meaningful memorial and an outdoor learning environment. It's going to be a great experience once we get this completed. So very excited that we are in this place with the Sugarland 95 project. And then, yes, thank you. And then finally, we had the Clemens High School topping out ceremony last week. It marked a major milestone in the construction of the new Clemens High School. We had students and staff. We had members from the City of Sugarland. We had construction partners. We had community members. Everyone came together to sign the final steel beam before it was placed. It really was a great event. It symbolized the significant progress that's been made. Long-awaited project is making significant pacing. The tempo is really good, and we're excited about the work and the progress that's been made. This rebuild was made possible by the 2023 bond, and it's set to open for the 27-28 school year. And again, just want to thank our community. We know that this would not be possible without their vote and without their support and their investment in public education and the Clemens community. And then at this time, the last update, this is our last update for the fall semester, so I just want to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy holiday season. We do appreciate all the feedback. We do mean all. We appreciate all the feedback, and we look forward to the 2026 school year. We're going to continue to do all the work that we know you expect us to do and make our district a great district that it is. So that concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Next up is the board activity report. Dr. Gilliam.
Hello, your Fort Bend ISD School Board at Work. Board members' district activities report includes the following. Student Leadership 101, Houston Galveston Area Council Caucus Meeting, Calendar Committee Meeting, Missouri City Middle School 50th Anniversary Celebration, SHAC Meeting, TASB Board of Directors Meeting, Commissioners Court Meeting, Clemens High School Topping Out Ceremony, Governance Committee Meeting, Policy Committee Meeting, Bond Oversight Committee Meeting, Elected Officials Reception, Hightower High School Theater Production, A Lesson Before Dying, Missouri City Snowfest Christmas Tree Lighting, Ridgepoint High School Orchestra at Sugarland Town Square supporting Giving Machines, Elkins High School Percussion Ensemble. And that is a wrap.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Next up are our information items, and we are going to jump back into our draft attendance boundary plans. So I'll ask Mr. Templeton to come back up. Oh, I'll ask Beth to come back up. Ms. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Before we begin sharing the details of the plan, we have, by policy, the opportunity for our chairperson, Monica Willis from the SBAC, to share a short presentation. And she is up next, so if you'll please join us up here, Ms. Willis. She has served the committee as the chairperson since the onset of the long-range boundary planning process and has a few slides to share with you this evening. If you're using the slide deck that was shared with you on Friday, you won't have these slides, but they are in the slide deck that are at your seat this evening. Thank you.
And okay, perfect. It'll be from here. This will work from here. Okay, good evening, everyone. First of all, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Smith, President Tasson, trustees, Fort Bend ISD administration and staff, my fellow members of the Fort Bend ISD community. My name is Monica Willis. I'm chairperson of SBAC. I'm honored to speak to you tonight on behalf of the School Boundary Advisory Committee, or better known as the SBAC. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the SBAC, our committee is comprised of 36 members, 3 representatives from each of the district's 12 high school patterns. While the Boundary Committee has been utilized in Fort Bend ISD several times over, this group of community volunteers came together for the specific task beginning in May of 2025. We started by receiving some information about the district and where the current numbers were. We met again starting in August of 2025 and was given a clear and serious charge to review the elementary schools within each feeder pattern and help develop a recommendation on how the district can consolidate campuses in a way that best supports long-term health for Fort Bend ISD. From the very beginning, our focus was unwavering. We looked at and were striving to maintain the success, stability, and the well-being of our students, our community, and our district. And that you're going to hear many times over as I speak. We asked ourselves again and again, how can we make the necessary changes with the least amount of impact on children, all of our children? How can we protect their daily experiences, their relationships in the schools, their safety, and their opportunities in school and outside of school, while still helping the district operate efficiently and sustainably? With that being said, over the past several months, as you heard from one of my peer community members, we collectively dedicated well over 500 hours to this work. We reviewed multiple scenarios that you'll see, sometimes many times over, and we were guided by synergy and maintaining an unbiased eye throughout. With each scenario, we were candid. We discussed what worked, what didn't, and what decision could possibly create unintended consequences. When a scenario didn't make sense to us, or if it failed to gain overwhelming support of the room, we didn't simply settle. We asked for alternatives. We pushed for clarity. And each time, Zonda would return to the drawing board and start all over. None of the decisions were made, or the feedback we provided, or the feedback that we actually provided came lightly. Every conversation was rooted in responsibility to our students, our neighborhoods, and the long-term future of the district. Throughout this process, we asked questions of everyone who could help us better understand the full picture. That included from the Fort Bend ISD staff to Zonda, to fellow community members in areas in which we were not familiar. Even students came to our meetings and talked to us about the impact it would have on them and what they were looking for. As representatives from different feeder patterns with limited line of sight, we made sure that we took the time to understand the unique history, makeup, and needs of every community across the district. So I do want to go into the resources that were available to us. Some were readily available when we started in August. Others came because we asked for them. To do this work well, we used an extensive set of resources, including, definitely not limited to, from the FC Local and the decision principles. They guided our efforts throughout this entire process. FBISD support, we thank you in so many ways. It came from the CFO, the COO, the Chief of Academics, the Transportation Department, the program staff, and several others that were there to answer questions and provide additional data whenever we needed it. If we did not have resources available, we asked for them. The uses of maps as an example. In our first meeting, we began with a small map that was on the easel, and it showed us the schools within the district so we could see where the breakdowns were. We asked for much larger maps, and they helped us to identify. We were looking for the major roads in the areas, the neighborhoods, any of the residential areas or the industrial areas that weren't going to be built. They provided us with paper maps. They gave us slides. They enlarged the maps and the images for us, put everything on cardboard posters. We had everything we were asked for. These maps helped us visualize where the school boundaries were, the distances between each of the campuses, and if there were any master plan communities out there, and the natural boundaries within the district. We utilized the current population counts, some of the numbers that you saw earlier, at each school to understand the capacity in the enrollment processes. And if there were any constraints and pressures of overcrowding, we were able to see all of that. We looked at the PASA data to look at the future state of the district and anticipate any of the demographic shifts. We had the FCI reports in front of us that detailed the physical conditions of the school buildings in years built. We looked at school report cards showing academic performance and transportation data outlining the bus usage, where the walkers were, safety considerations along major roads. We looked at a lot of different items and resources to help us make these recommendations. We looked at what schools had specialized programs and if they were easily able to be lifted and shifted, to be moved and uprooted. We looked at so much data. And even then there were other resources that came and other factors that allowed us to examine each of the recommendations from every angle. Through it all, we stayed grounded in our shared purpose, as I said before. How will this impact our students, our community, and our district? So we know the decisions before you today are not easy. And between now and March and what you're going to do, we understand that change, especially in our schools, it's emotional and it's deeply personal. We feel that too, all of that. As a committee, we approach the work with empathy, transparency, and appreciation for the trust that was placed in us to do this work. As we stand here today, my fellow committee members over there, as we stand here, we don't do so just as committee members, but as parents, as neighbors, former students, and people who care about this district. We know that behind every data point is a child. Behind every campus is a community. Behind every recommendation is a family wondering how their lives may change. So throughout this journey, we carried those families with us. We carried your students with us. We carried the weight of knowing that what we say and do here affects real children who walk through our schools every day with hope, curiosity, and trust. Our work wasn't about the lines on the map and changing boundaries. It was about protecting that hope and honoring that trust. We believe that together, as a district and as a community, we can continue to navigate the upcoming decisions with compassion, transparency, and courage, the very values that make Fort Bend ISD what it is today. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity and for the chance to contribute to solutions that support both immediate needs and long-term stability of the district. On behalf of the SBAC, thank you for listening. Thank you all for your leadership. And most importantly, thank you for keeping our students at the center of each and every one of your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. So I'd like to ask the members of the SBAC to stand for a moment and be recognized. Will you guys stand up for us? On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we want to say thank you for the hundreds of hours that you guys have put into to these recommendations and going through all the data and all the things that Ms. Willis listed. Those of you who are here, those of you who are not here, anyone who has participated in any capacity, I'd like to say thank you. Do any of the trustees have any questions of her at this time? Okay, and thank you for being here this evening to give us that presentation. Okay, now we go back to Mr. Templeton.
Okay, well, picking up where we left off in the work session, I'll do just a quick recap of where we are with the overall plans. We do have 14 campuses that have no change to their boundaries, no impact to students. We've got about 18 campuses that do have some changes where there are areas that are moving into these schools. 18 areas receiving, new students receiving areas. We've got 5 campuses that are reduction in their zones and a reduction in the number of students. These are primarily the growth areas. I've got Walker Station here as an area that is seeing a decrease, and it is solely out of proximity of an area that was closer to Walker Station. We've got 8 campuses that are what I'm calling kind of cascading campuses, where there are kids that are moving into the area, zones moving in. There's also some students in zones that are moving out of this area. These are primarily in either areas close to growth or close to areas where there are underutilized campuses. And then here's the list of the campuses for consideration for closures. We've got 7 campuses: Austin Parkway, Dulles Elementary, Fleming, Glover, Mission West, Ridgegate, Sugar Mill. Some of the considerations in the areas where there are changes, this table is focusing on those 7 campuses that are closing under this plan. We've got the current enrollment as of August the 29th. We've got the utilization rate for those campuses as of that enrollment date. We've got the most recent facility condition score, and then we've got the areas where the areas that are being rezoned to. Now, as was mentioned earlier, we broke this project into 2 geographies so that we could really have some areas to work within. There were some overlap areas, but in the central portion of the district. And so this table is showing you that north-central focus on the elementary campuses. I'll point out some of the highlights here. Again, the areas to pay closest attention to are those yellow shaded cells that have utilization less than 80%, and those that have a red percentage, those campuses have utilization rates lower than 60%. And then we've got those red shaded areas are the areas that are overutilized where we are seeing enrollment growth. And so you can easily spot those areas like Barrington Place, Fleming, Jordan, Mission West, and Town West. Those are the campuses in the Northeast that have the lowest utilization rates. And so we started our work back in the summer where we began to develop those scenarios about how we could improve the utilization for those campuses and how we could reduce the overutilization at Neal and Seguin. This is the big picture overview of the plan. I'm going to just talk briefly from the big picture because I do have detailed slides where I zoom in and we'll go into the specifics here. But to give you some context on the map, the black outlines represent the current elementary attendance zones. The color shaded areas represent the proposed attendance zone areas. And where you see a red outline and a red text, those are the campuses that are being considered for closure. So Mission West is a direct consolidation into the Mission Elementary Zone. Fleming is consolidating mostly into Town West, but there is a portion of the Fleming Zone that is consolidating into Draybeck, and then Sugar Mill is being consolidated into Draybeck, Lakeview, and Barrington Place. Now, zooming into that north area of the district, this is focused primarily on Seguin. As you recall, Seguin is overutilized slightly, and we've proposed in this plan 2 changes. We've got the area that's outlined in yellow. That area is moving from Seguin to Jordan. You'll notice that Jordan is currently at about 54% utilization, and with this move, it would move it to about 84% utilization. It does have a stable enrollment trend, and it is receiving those students from Seguin. We are moving a portion of the Holly area, or excuse me, Patterson in this plan is moving from Patterson to Holly. That area represents 172 students. And then we've got a portion of the Patterson zone that's outlined in red that is moving to Seguin. This will be an area we will be studying with the latest PASA information, and so when we study over the Christmas break, this will be an area where we will take another look at that Patterson plan. Now looking at the changes to the Madden, Malala, Neal, Pecan Grove. This has got a lot of activity going on here. It starts with the Neal, addressing the Neal over capacity number. You can see the area outlined in green. That area is proposed to move from Neal to Malala. This is an area where we are cascading. So we are cascading the northern portion of the Malala zone outlined in red. That area would be moved to Madden. And then we're taking the north part of the Madden zone outlined in purple that would move from Madden to Holly. The numbers that you see in black, in bold black, that represents the number of students that live in the zone. So this total plan, this movement, account for about 824 potential students that could be impacted. There's also the southern portion of the Neal zone in the very bottom of this slide that is moving from Neal to Pecan Grove. That is an area that does also have future housing, so there is some new housing activity in that area. Right now, there's just 3 students that under this plan would move from Neal to Pecan Grove. I've got a table that outlines those new numbers with this plan. You'll notice that Holly is about 85%, Madden would be at about 96%, Malala at 84%, Neal at 88%, and Pecan Grove would be at 82%. Next, I'm looking at the Mission West closure. This is a direct consolidation. The outlined red area represents the Mission West attendance zone, so it would move in its entirety to the Mission zone. That represents the potential of about 352 students that reside in the Mission West attendance zone. Next, we're looking at the Fleming closure. We've got several activities here. We're also covering that Holly movement as it affects the Patterson, so just making sure we're covering the full Holly zone's impact. So the area outlined in red, that 309 students that reside in that zone would be moved from Fleming to Town West. Fleming is closing. There is also an area that's outlined in brown that would move. It would move the movement of Holly to Town West. And then we've got the area outlined in yellow, which is moving from Town West to Meadows. So we're improving the utilization at Meadows. We're improving the utilization for Town West. It is also improving the utilization for Holly and Draybeck. The tables that I'll point out here, Draybeck would be at 98% utilization, Holly would be at 85% utilization, Madden at 96%, Meadows at 79%, Town West at 96%. This plan has the potential to impact approximately 910 students. Next, we're looking at the Sugar Mill closure. And Sugar Mill, under this plan, would be consolidated or moved into 3 different elementary zones. There is the northern part of the Sugar Mill zone that's outlined in red. That area would move into Barrington Place. It represents the potential of 103 students. We've got another area outlined in red that is the 126 students. That area would be zoned to Barrington Place. The blue outline of 135 students would be rezoned to Lakeview, and then we've got the area outlined in yellow of 149 potential students rezoned to Draybeck. So under this plan, Barrington Place would improve to 72% utilization, Draybeck would be at 98% utilization, Lakeview at 89% utilization. These areas, in terms of their enrollment trend based on the previous PASA report, would be stable for both Barrington Place and Lakeview, and Draybeck has an enrollment trend that is decreasing. Next, we're looking at that area that is outlined in red. This is changes to Cornerstone and Walker Station. The area outlined in red is currently assigned to Walker Station. Under this plan, they would be rezoned to Cornerstone, and it's purely out of proximity, and that's about 43 students. It would improve the Cornerstone utilization to 74%, and Walker Station utilization would be at about 84%. Both of these areas, the enrollment trend is decreasing. Now, so when we look at this in its entirety, this table is showing you all of the moves that we've made, all of the consolidations for Fleming, Mission West, and Sugar Mill, and you can see the change from the original utilization back from August. And with this plan, you can see the improvement of the utilizations, and you can see that, you know, the areas that were underutilized, Barrington Place goes from 47 to 72. You've got Jordan that goes from 54 to 84, Mission to 98%, and you've got the Seguin dropping to 96, and Neal dropping to about 88%. Now, the committee then took what we presented. They went through a series of exploration around the decision principles, and then they used survey tools to gather their input, whereas 1 did not meet the decision principles, and 5 met the decision principles. You can see in surveying the 5 main components of the decision principles that the cost effectiveness was at 4.47, and then frequency of changes, growth projections at 4.4, and then program accommodations for student needs at 4.07, community integrity at 4.27, and this plan did get 100% of the SBAC's members' support to bring forward. Now looking at the South Central Elementary scenario. Again, we started with looking at the utilization table as of August the 29th, and I'll point out some of the highlights here. Again, it's the same focus on those red text areas that have utilization below 60%. The yellow have utilization below 80%, and then the red shaded areas have utilization above 100%. Again, we've got several campuses that are in red. It's Armstrong, Glover, Hunters Glen, the Lantern Lane, Lexington Creek, and Ridgegate. This is the overview slide for this plan. Again, it's the same concept on the map. Black outlines are current elementary attendance zones. The shaded areas are the proposed. The red outline and the red text are the campuses under this plan for consolidation or closure, which is Dulles, Glover, Ridgegate, Austin Parkway. I'll go into the details on this. So we looked at the Ridgegate, Ridgemont, Aldridge area, that cluster of 3 schools, and you'll notice that in this plan, the area outlined in red, which is the Ridgegate attendance zone, would be rezoned in its entirety to Aldridge. That represents about 303 students that live in that zone. And then we've got a portion that is outlined in blue, which is a result of the closing of Ridgegate, that would move into Ridgemont. That's 53 students. And then the area outlined in green, that's 229 students that would be rezoned from Aldridge to Ridgegate. That was done primarily out of proximity, and because of the switch or moving from Ridgegate to Aldridge, allowed for us to create a kind of a geographic north-to-south break between Aldridge and Ridgemont. With these changes, I skipped one, we also have this area outlined in teal that is currently in the Aldridge zone, and so it would be rezoned from Aldridge to Lantern Lane, and that represents about 61 students. So with these changes, Aldridge would be at about 88% utilization, Lantern Lane 88% utilization, Ridgemont at about 70% utilization. Now, there were considerations for the programs around the early childhood program that is located at Ridgemont. And that same also holds for the Hunters Glen, where we had an early learning center there, and that then came into play for that zone as well when we got to working on those plans. Next, we're looking at the changes to the Lantern Lane and the Palmer zones. Palmer was one of those that were highly utilized, and so we have made some changes here where the red outlined area would be rezoned from Palmer to Lantern Lane so we can improve the utilization at Lantern Lane. Again, we've got that area outlined in yellow that's moving from Aldridge to Lantern Lane. So with these two changes, Lantern Lane goes from 57% utilization to 88% utilization. Aldridge, again, is at 88% utilization, and Palmer improves from 101% utilization down to 83% utilization. Next, we're looking in the southeastern portion of the district, and these areas impacted from the changes to Heritage Road, Leonetti, and Scanlon Oaks. The area outlined in light green, that is a heavy future growth area. So tremendous amount of growth will take place in that area as we have new developments, and the future growth from Sienna Crossing represents more than 3,000 future homes. But under this scenario, that area is moved from the Heritage Rose into Leonetti, and there's currently about 3 students there, but it will grow over time. The area outlined in brown represents an area that would be rezoned from Leonetti to Scanlon Oaks. So there's the kind of a cascading effect that would go from Heritage Rose, Leonetti, and then the north portion into Scanlon Oaks. That represents 189 students. So the potential impact here is about 192 students. And the Heritage Rose would be at 74% utilization, Leonetti at 82%, and Scanlon Oaks at 87%. So we've improved the utilization for Scanlon Oaks. We've improved the utilization for Leonetti and Heritage Rose as well. Next, we're looking at the Glover closure, and the area outlined in yellow of the current Glover zone represents a potential of 193 students. That area would be rezoned from Glover to Armstrong, and the area outlined in purple represents 212 potential students that would be rezoned into Hunter's Glen. With these changes, Armstrong would go from 57% utilization to 76% utilization. Hunter's Glen would go from 50% utilization to 65% utilization. This was one of those areas of discussion because of the Hunter's Glen Early Learning Center. It's programmed specifically for those pre-K kids. That's why we kept that campus into operation, because of that special programming. The other thing that we considered, and this is where the Armstrong, the FCI score was a much lower score, which is a good score. So it had a better facility condition score, and that's what prompted us to keep Armstrong in play. But we had several rounds of discussion with the committee around several of these options. We looked at Hunter's Glen, we looked at Armstrong, we looked at multiple ways to address this challenge. Next, we're looking at the Dulles closure. The area outlined in lime green represents the area of the Dulles zone that is being rezoned to Highlands. That represents about 309 students. The area outlined in black represents 286 students that would be rezoned from Dulles to Lexington Creek. The Dulles, of course, is closing. Highlands goes from 62% utilization to 98% utilization. The Lexington Creek goes from 53% to 85%. And so these are the changes related to the Dulles closure as it relates to Highlands and Lexington Creek. Next, we're looking at Austin Parkway. And this was an area where we did make a change because of the most recent facility condition score. So originally, we had Colony Bend as a campus for closure, but because of the state of the condition scores for Colony Bend and for Austin Parkway had the lower condition score. I'm maybe getting that backwards. I struggle with that, but a higher score. And so the higher score is not as good, so that's what prompted us to switch to Austin Parkway, was because of the condition of that building. With these changes, the area outlined in black represents 218 students that would be rezoned from Settlers Way to Colony Bend. That's how we improved the utilization at Colony Bend from 60% to 86%. The area outlined in red would be rezoned from Austin Parkway to Settlers Way. That represents about 325 students. The area outlined in green is rezoned into Butcher. That represents 165 students. And then we have an area outlined in yellow of 64 students that would move from Settlers Way to Commonwealth. That move was primarily about proximity and to improve the utilization at Commonwealth. And then you can see the overall improvements to the utilization score. Butcher goes from 68 to 85, Colony Bend from 60 to 86, Commonwealth from 84 to 91%, and then Settlers Way improves from 79% to 85%. I'll just repeat on this move for the Walker Station to Cornerstone, and it represents 43 students that are being rezoned to Cornerstone. Now, with all these changes, this is the new utilization table with this plan, and I'll highlight just some of those areas. Armstrong goes from 57% to 76%. Aldridge goes from 61% to 88%. And then you've got the Hunters Glen goes from 50% to 65%. And you've got the Settlers Way goes from 79% to 85%. Sienna Crossing is at about 100% utilization. And overall, this is the plan, and this is the impact on the utilization for the South Central elementary schools. This is the SBAC's review of the decision principles for this plan. You'll notice that a little different than the previous plan on the north, but community integrity was at about 4.1%, cost effectiveness, frequency of changes at 3.95, growth projections at 4.05, and with this scenario, we had 60% of the SBAC members supported bringing this plan forward. Now looking at the middle school attendance boundaries, our charge was for the opening of middle school 16. This map is showing the current middle school attendance zones, and they are color-coded. The outlines match the attendance zones. So just to give you a reference, middle school 16 is located about right here. I do have zoomed-in plans for this proposal. This is the utilization table for your middle schools. Again, you'll notice we've got some middle schools that are underutilized, Hodges Bend, McCullough, Missouri City, but the focus of this plan is with middle school 16 and addressing the Thornton overutilization at 115%. This is a zoomed-in look at your middle schools in that southern portion of the district. Baines and Thornton, middle school 16 is located about right in this area. This proposal takes the Ferndale Henry, or the Henry Elementary, and the Heritage Rose. These two elementaries would feed into middle school 16, and that would result in about 48 students being rezoned from Coleman to middle school 16, and then about 728 students potentially impacted for middle school 16. The Baines would then drop about 2 percentage points down to about 83%. Coleman is at about 46%, but keep in mind, this is a strong growth area, so this area will grow pretty significantly. Thornton drops from about 115% utilization down to 69% utilization, and there is still some growth in the Thornton zone. This is an overview of that middle school 16 boundary with the elementary proposal on the backdrop. So you'll notice that the Leonetti zone would be split under this scenario. This area that's in yellow would be, under the proposal, zoned to Leonetti, but this area would be in middle school 16 or Coleman's middle school. So this area, as I mentioned, is a high growth area. This would be the utilization table. You'll notice that Thornton drops down to 69% and Coleman is at about 46%. This is the decision principles on the middle school plan, and you'll notice the cost effectiveness is at the lowest at about 3.45. You've got the community integrity at 4.05. The program accommodates student needs at 4%, and then student growth projection 3.95. 75% of the SBAC members supported bringing this scenario forward. Okay, that was the overview, and that's the details. Now, we will be providing an online map of the zones so that parents, the community, will be able to input their address, zoom to an area, and to be able to identify their new zones based on this particular plan or the plan that we present forward in January.
Thank you, Mr. Templeton. Do we have questions from the trustees? Hit your button. But Ms. Helliger, you.
Button's off.
Oh, we're not on long. Go ahead, Ms. Helliger.
Okay, thank you.
Use your green. Use
So,
your green card.
before I get started with my question, I'm gonna, I don't know how many people have questions. I'm gonna just do one or two questions, but I wanted to do also piggyback on President Tassan's comments to the SBAC. You know, thank you all for your service. And I also wanted to share with the community that the same thought process that you all had, we had as well as part of our small group discussions. And so it'll be interesting to see what everybody else has to say tonight. But some of those same challenges, making sure the kids are able to walk, the vicinity, those kinds of things. So I wanted to ask a question about around some of the decision principles, especially around on page 61. Just if you could provide me a little bit more detail on why we feel like this one was a little lower and why the SBAC, we only had about 60% of the membership there that were in favor of this particular recommendation.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Hilliger. I'm going to ask Payal Pandit Talati to approach and explain about your question.
And it looks like our technology is back up, guys, if y'all want to hit your buttons.
Thank you for your question. So on this particular area of the district, the Southeast Central, the SBAC was truly grappling with this. They were presented with many scenarios from Zonda, and in one of our meetings decided we needed to just go back and start over. And so through a series of meetings, they were presented with scenarios, and there were three. So the reason why you're seeing 60% is that they were rating three scenarios almost against each other, whereas in the Northwest, the way it's shaped out is that they landed on one scenario, and we asked them to rate decision principles on that. So for this particular one, the reason why you're seeing the 60% is because it's three scenarios that were taken into consideration to rate these decision principles and their level of agreement to bring it forward for review.
So it's basically a weighted vote in a sense.
Correct.
Based on the three.
Correct.
Okay, because I'm getting different vibes, okay, from over there. So I want to make sure we're all saying the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. Ms. Worsbicky.
I didn't know if you, I had a couple questions, so I'll just ask them in a row. Okay. First, again, thank you to the SBAC. Really appreciate all your hours. And thank you to the community for being so patient like Trustee Heiliger said, we've also been learning in small groups. Most of us have attended sessions to also kind of start to learn what was happening with this. But with that, I did have a couple questions, and maybe I just either don't remember from those sessions or just didn't catch it the first time. With Fleming and Sugar Mill closures, and possibly a couple others, but these caught my eye, it pushes the other schools to higher capacity. Are we worried about what that's going to do in the future?
Well, those are areas in the north that are seeing declining enrollment patterns, so those utilizations will likely go down over time.
And then in Sugar Mill as well, that area?
Yes.
And then for Ridgegate, is there any more that can be rezoned to Ridgemont? It looked like there was, let me go back to that page.
Can we look at the slide while she's asking questions about those slides? That would be helpful. Thank you.
53. Because it looks like we have Ridgemont is at 70%, which is, it did increase, so that's good, but it does, I mean, maybe it's falling along major roads, but I didn't know if there was any more that could be rezoned to Ridgemont, shifted that way.
The challenge would be breaking up that 303 group. Certainly, that's the challenge, was breaking that up because it is so tightly knit together.
Okay. And one more question, President Tassan, sorry. Actually, two more questions. And just to refresh my memory, why are we not putting, instead of breaking up Glover, so going to 56, Glover into Armstrong and Hunter's Glen, that we're not breaking, that we're just pushing, and I see that it probably would push Armstrong to very high utilization, but just putting Glover all to Armstrong instead of breaking it up into Hunter's Glen. Is that because of the low utilization score for Hunter's Glen, or is there other considerations?
And we wanted to improve the utilization for Hunter's Glen, so we were trying to address both challenges, how Hunter's Glen was underutilized, and so that was, part of trying to solve. We did look at assigning all of Hunter's Glen to Armstrong, and then it just put it really, really high on the utilization.
Okay, that's fine. I felt like that was a conversation point, so we just went there. And then for the middle school, what was that SBAC percentage rating? Was that the 75%?
75%.
Okay. And there's no consideration of, so on that, like I'm drawing a map. On page 65, I'm drawing a line on Thornton and pushing up the boundaries a little bit northways because of the growth that's still going to happen in that area.
As far as, is your question around the Coleman boundary not pushing it further north?
Well, kind of twofold. If it's so that, what road is that? You probably know.
521.
No, I know that one, but
Highway 6?
Which one? Show me. Oh, that's
Miller, okay. So I don't know that area as well, but if we were to kind of, and you know what, I'm not going to redo the work of the SBAC, so I know you guys have done a whole bunch of this, but I just didn't know if we were able to shift that at all northward. So, but I've said it, and y'all can marinate it on your next session. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Worsbicky. Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you, and thank you all for all of this work. I understand it except for one thing. Looking at the 60% and the 75%, I know that there was conversation, but I'm not clear about it. Can someone explain that in a different way? How did a 60% get there?
Would you like to hear from our SBAC chair on that?
Sounds great.
Okay, starting with the 60%, and I'm not sure where your slide is for this. Oh, 75% is up, so I can start here. On this one, we talked about it. The issue that we had, which we were told would be something we'd be able to talk about as we started approaching middle school and high school, is that northern parts that I think you were just mentioning before, that tail, that was where we had a lot of disagreement on what happens with that piece of it. That's separated, and you have Coleman, and then you have Baines and Baines. It was that tail. So on the 60% one, Hale mentioned that there was a split. It was because we kept going back and forth, which where the boundaries should be between Highlands, Dulles, and Lexington Creek. That was, we couldn't get to a point where everybody was like, okay, this is good. And even at the end, 60% was the best we could do from those elementaries. And it was between Highlands and Dulles. Where should that be, and how does that affect the other elementary? That's where we landed. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Ms. Hannon.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Ms. Willis for chairing the SBAC, and thank you to everyone who sits on that committee, because I know that nobody's taking this lightly. And I know that you know, and I love that it was on the slide that we're talking about children, we're talking about families, right? And we're impacting, you know, sometimes we're going to be impacting their pocketbook and the time and how they're going to shift their lives. So it's a big deal. I want to thank Mr. Templeton for all of your work on this. But tonight, I actually really, I want to thank the staff, because the staff knows I ask a lot of questions, and I think I may have reached a new level of question asking over the last several months. So thank you for all of the answers that you've gotten me, and thank you to the other 2 members who are in my small group for their patience with me as well, as far as the board members. So I have some questions that I want to ask out loud. And the first of those are, I want to make sure, Dr. Smith, that we post like the FCI report online for parents. I want this, you know, not so people have to go back and look through and watch this video, but that any community member can find this and open it up and see this full report. So that's really important to me. The other question I have, or it's more of an ask, it's not a question, so that we can have clarity. I know I've seen a timeline of the long-range boundary planning, but somehow that is not being clearly understood, so it hasn't been clearly communicated to someone. So if we can be clear about what the SBAC will be doing with secondary and underscoring that timeline as well, because I know, you know, this is, you know, people's homes are their biggest investment in their lives. You know, the rent they pay is the most that comes out of their income, right? This is a big deal to people. And so I want everybody to really, really understand, and I know people are trying to forecast, where am I going to have my kid, and they want answers now. And so I want to share on that note, because I have had people reach out to me and say, why aren't you doing it all at once? And my answer to a community member last week was, well, I don't have the bandwidth to make good decisions if you threw all 83 campuses at me at once. And I kind of feel like probably the SBAC would not have the bandwidth, nor would Zonda, nor would our administration. So from that perspective, I want to know, I want everybody to know, as a single board member, I support the sort of chunk and chew method. And I know it's hard for the community because you want to know and you want to understand where we're going. So those are some asks. Mr. Templeton, you already answered, because my ask was going to be, I need everybody to look at the Patterson again, because when I heard the Trillium, isn't making what we thought would come out of there as far as students, so that needs to be looked at. I want to make sure that the SBAC and the board understands under FC Local everything that we look at within design capacity of a building, the utilization factor, and the efficient utilization. That's under FC Local. And the reason I'm asking that is because I dive deep in this, and I want to make sure we all understand the actual adequate design capacity of these older buildings. And so one of my questions, and I know that the staff is going to get to me, is that like our extended day counted in these design capacity for these buildings, because those are intended to use before and after school. We're not using those as a classroom. So maybe the SBAC knows that, but I don't. And so I think, and the reason I want to know this goes along with some of my other questions, is I have a concern, and I think it was Trustee Weirs-Bickey asked about some of the very high. We're moving from in the 60s to some campuses to almost 100%. So at 96, 98%. So do campuses like Madden or Highlands or Town West, who are shifting to almost a 90%, are there adequate spaces in those buildings for things like intervention? Okay, those aren't built like new buildings where there are specific pod areas, so I don't want kids sitting out in the hall. So along that same line is, do we expect to have portable buildings at any of these campuses? Because to me, that would really eat into the cost efficiency of that. And I do remember that Highlands many years ago, when it was at capacity, had to have some portable buildings. The other one I have is Madden at 96%. Dr. Smith, is this intended to be for next year? Is this rollout for next year?
Can you clarify that, please? Can you pull up the slide?
The school closures and consolidated efforts, would these happen for the fall of 2026?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so Madden Elementary is going to be at 96%, and there are going to be changes, and they're going to be moving to Mission Glen Elementary? No, has that all changed?
That is true, what you just said, but the question you asked about, would that be implemented in 26, 27? No, we are not going to move students into Madden to move to Mission Glen. That would be paused until Madden moves back to the Madden location.
Because that one, I knew those kids wouldn't fit in Mission
That'll
Glen.
be a phased.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity on that piece of information. The other thing I asked Dr. Smith is to please make sure all of these numbers are accurate. I know staff is looking very hard, but I'm looking too, and I'm seeing different. Like, I looked back at the Gibson cost savings audit today, and they quote Hunter's Glen as an example and state that they're at 249 for enrollment. So it made me wonder, because we've never looked at actual zoned numbers. The numbers we've looked at through this process are the attendance numbers. Is that correct? We're looking at enrollment, not zoned. So we have kids that are being pushed into Hunter's Glen who are actually zoned to Glover, right? Because we offer no Title I program there. So I want the board to understand, because are we shifting people who don't really live in Hunter's Glen? Do you see what I'm saying? I feel like sometimes I'm not 100% if the numbers are accurate. And I understand we have special education programs and those kind of programs, but to me, pre-K is it's the start of a family's commitment to going to a school. So I really want to understand. I want to understand those. That's important to me. Along the same line, when I'm talking about zoning versus enrollment, and you're going to help us really understand how the SBAC got to those design capacity utilization factor, efficiency utilization. One of the numbers that they have is they, scored from 1 to 5 that it was cost effective. So I really want to understand how the SBAC got to cost effective. I want to know what you looked at. And I know Dr. Smith said at the beginning, efficiencies and savings will happen over time. The boundaries we present tonight are a draft, so we're looking into the future in cost savings. But before I vote, I still need to understand a general idea, what do cost savings look like next year, and then what do they look like over time? And let's see, I'm almost through. I know that in the FCI presentation, we heard how some improvements happened. I don't remember the school, but it talked about the Great Leap because there was an investment using 2023 bond money. We have lots of schools that are slated for bond money. So I just want the community to know that we know that and we understand that. And that's important for the board to think about. So that, again, going back, please make sure capacities are correct. Make sure the Lakeview numbers are correct because there's some discrepancy in some numbers that I'm seeing. I think that is all we have. I do really have some concerns about pushing some of the capacities so high, because I don't think maybe 96% is the sweet spot, especially in an older building who doesn't have a capacity to open up a magical, moving blind where the cafeteria can turn into the gym and giant populations can sit there. Our older schools are just built differently than our new schools. But again, I appreciate the work that has been done. I understand the angst that is going to be on the minds of our parents, so I want to be as transparent as we can and put as much information on the website that we can. My last one is for these teeny tiny movements, which Ms. Wierzbicki asked also, where we're only moving like 40 students or 50 students. Sometimes those are the students I really worry about, because then there might only be 4 in a grade and they all land in a different class, so they're all in a new world with no friends, or having to start all over again. So some of those are concerning to me. And then I would really also love, when I come back in January, for somebody to have a deeper look at the middle school, because in my mind, when I think of Aldridge Elementary, gosh, I know we were just trying to take care of a little bit when we did that, but I want to remind the community, we've already closed 2 schools. We closed Blue Ridge and we closed Mission Glen. But when we did those, now we're at a place where Mission West is on the draft table and Ridge Gate is on the draft table. I wish they had been part of the first class. I wish they had started with their peers. And so I just want to make sure we get Coleman right. Like, is there I want the right kids to start. I don't want them to start next year or the next year at that school. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Tossan. I know I took too much time, but those were my questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I just want to reassure you that your questions and your concerns are duly noted, and the staff will work to bring clarification in each one of those areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Ms. Tarania.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to thank Beth and Pyle and members of the E-team and your extended teams and all of you guys who sit through these long meetings, not just with the SBAC, but really with all of us as well. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you to all the trustees, because we've obviously sat through these meetings as well. I know I'm a new trustee, and we started this process, at least from my perspective, really in August. And from August, I think 15 till December 15th, which is where we're now. It's about been 4 weeks, 16 weeks, and we've had a total of 10 trustee meetings, 5 each. We've had a total of 16 SBAC, including the makeup meetings, the 8+8. So just in these 16 weeks, I mean, we've had a lot of meetings happening, right? So really, really appreciate the administration, Dr. Smith, all of the teams and the admin and folks who've been involved, SBAC, everyone who's been involved to put their time into this. Really, really appreciate all of you guys again. To the SBAC members who've put in all these numerous hours, 500 hours as we heard, I hope you all feel heard in this process, because that's what I heard from you guys, that you felt that this process is where you felt your input was, was valued, was heard, and it is presented as what you guys, talked in your meetings. It's presented now to the board, like with your feedback there, right? I know that after this meeting, we're going to hear, the trustees included and the SBAC members included, are going to hear from the community based on what they've seen today. And I know this is a difficult process for all of us, and I appreciate the SBAC members, especially who were in these feeder patterns where the school closures are being proposed, that they were able to keep their emotions aside, because it is an emotional process for everyone included, and that we're doing what is really best for the district. SBAC members, trustees, all of us included, are really gonna, these closures is there because we're trying to do what's best for the district at the end of the day, right? I did have a question for you, Mr. Templeton. I saw where Brazos Bend Elementary went from 89% to 91%, but I don't know what increased that, because I didn't see anywhere we were, I know in one of the previous plans we were changing stuff around where Brazos Bend was gonna get some kids, but I thought, I didn't see that in any of the other, maybe I missed it. I'm curious, where did that increase come from?
Likely from transfer changes because of some of the other movements, some of the other zones.
But I want to see that slide, because I remember in one of the previous ones there was something proposed and we had X'd it, so I was just curious to see which part of what is going to Brazos Bend now.
Well, there's nothing being zoned into Brazos Bend.
So why did it go up? And
Well, with the changes of the plans, there's likely some transfer changes because of the changes to the other zones.
okay. Huh? Okay, so
It's a very small change, but yeah, because we're making so many changes to the zones, there will be some students that may be attending some of the other campuses that are closing. There could be some that live in the Brazos Bend zone that were in an area that may have closed. Could be staff kids, could be some other kinds of transfers. And because that campus is no longer open, then they would have to go back to Brazos Bend.
Sorry,
So
so
let me add, they wouldn't know because we're just sharing these plans, but their data shows. So for example, if a student from Brazos Bend that resides in the Brazos Bend zone is on a transfer to Sugar Mill,
Okay.
then they would be recaptured back in the numbers for Brazos Bend through Zonda's process.
got it.
It also could be some out-of-district transfer kids.
Got it,
Because
okay.
these utilization numbers are looking at the attending numbers. So then when you have a school that closes or the boundary changes, that could cause a slight change in that utilization.
Okay, got it. I appreciate you sharing that, because I just want to make sure, because I know in the previous ones we had some part of folks who were zoned somewhere else were going to go to Brazos, but we had X'd that. Just want to make sure I didn't miss it, that it was re-included back again. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Okay, another question for you, Mr. Templeton. So what was the total district capacity previously, previous to these 7 proposed closures? Because I know in our in our small boundary meetings, we did have a slide which said the entire district today, elementary, is at this capacity, and then with the closures, it's going to be at this capacity, enrollment. Do you have that?
I don't have that,
Okay.
but I will certainly get it and send it.
Okay, do you remember what that number was? I mean, I kind of do remember, that's what I'm asking, and but I don't want to say it and it be incorrect, that's why. Yeah, okay, don't say it. Okay, I won't say it. And the reason why I ask is because I know I heard Trustee Hannon say about, are we at, are we too high in the percentage of, I guess, capacities total and not leaving enough room for the growth, because I actually felt like looking at the PASA data, I almost felt like was 7 enough. But that was just me at that time, and really even hearing PASA, it still gives me a bit of pause to say, is 7 enough? I hope it is, because I don't want to be doing this. I'm sure no one wants to be doing this again. So I worry about that compression in enrollment in Fort Bend ISD, especially since we're doing elementary right now. Okay. Dr. Smith, thank you for taking this on, you and your team, because it is a monumental task to really rebalance 80-plus schools across 170 square miles of this district. I know this has been kind of coming in the last couple of years, looking at PASA's data that they've identified areas that were not growing as we hoped that they would eventually grow, but in fact they've not grown and have declined further. And I know I wish we had taken this on a lot sooner before ES 55 had even been coming in the conversation, because then maybe, Harvest Green community would have come with a different issue versus this, right? So when we talk about feeder patterns, it is starting at the elementary school level that feeds into the middle school, and those group of middle schools feeding into the high schools. So I appreciate the thoughtful manner that we've sort of started in, which is really the elementary schools, then going next level up. Of course, from my comments from the last meeting, I would have liked to see at the minimum elementary and middle school happening. I know Trustee Hannon, I know that you had a comment about that you're, from my perspective, I wish we could have done it all. And I still stand by that. And I at least wish we could have done the middle school, since we were redrawing these boundaries for Coleman. It would have just been easier. So we're not redoing what we're doing today with Aldridge and with Mission, where there was, with those, especially Aldridge, where those kids started off there and now are going to be going somewhere else in the next school year, right? So that was my hope, and my desire had been at least we could have at least done middle school. But I understand we're not, so for now. And obviously also for parents who would want to move their kids back into Fort Bend ISD, or parents who are moving into Fort Bend ISD, I think that piece of anxiety and uncertainty that we could have done it in 1 year or 2 years versus over 3 years. But yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the work that you've put in. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the feedback. Bob, can you please advance to slide 43? I want to make sure our team doesn't miss an opportunity to provide some clarity here, centered around Madden, Malala, and Neil. So, Beth, I know we spoke a little bit about this. Can you provide some clarity there?
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay. I will provide clarity, and then you can tell me if I was clear on the point you wanted me to be clear about.
Thank you.
You can give me clarity. So in this change here, looking at the students that would be moving out of Malala into Madden, again, I'll just reiterate that that is not going to happen until Madden moves back to Madden, but that also thinking about how enrollment changes and how we're going to be reviewing the enrollment projections from PASA over winter break, because these are based on current student enrollment as of August the 29th of this year. We know that enrollment fluctuates on a daily basis, and students have been lost and gained across the district. So kind of running through that filter of what is the current enrollment now, and how Mr. Templeton always looks at the trends, so even the trends within the school year, to determine what does that look like, as well as students who are moving in new to that area who have not been. So think about the students from Malala to Madden. That's not something we would do until Madden comes back. But if a new family moves into that area, we have an opportunity for the new student to attend at, I want to say Mission Glen. I get it messed up in my mind all the time. Mission Glen. So there are ways that we can manage that transition that would not create movement of students from Malala to Madden / Mission Glen back to Madden in the foreseeable future, but make that all happen at one time. But there are ways that we can approach that, looking at the number of students who may be moving in new to the area and determining how we can best utilize the space at Malala, get those students from Neal to relieve Neal and into Malala, and still keep the Malala students there that are current students at Malala without moving them to Madden, out of Madden and back to Madden. Was there something else that we talked about, Dr. Smith?
So, did you have a question, Ms. Hannon?
It was just, and
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Ms.
Dr.
Geronimo.
Smith, for asking. I just want to be clear, so I understand and parents understand in this draft that Neal, that 237 number, those students are being shifted from Neal, correct? On the east side of 99?
Correct.
Okay, and that will happen next year.
The east side of Harlem.
Harlem,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, not 99, of Harlem.
Yes.
Okay, so that will happen next year, but not,
Not the area where it has 338 students that
Okay.
are moving out of Malala into Madden.
Okay.
That would happen in the future.
but the area shifting the 246,
That would move from Madden to Holly.
and that would happen next year.
Yes, this coming school year.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on what was happening next
Provided-
year and what was being paused for a year.
And I
Okay,
do want to add the disclaimer, provided that this is the boundary recommendation that comes
Okay.
to the board and is approved by the board in March.
okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Ms. Charania?
I had one comment, Dr. Smith. I know we heard from parents here wanting more certainty of what is going to happen with middle school and high school. Could we, I know the SBAC in March, we're going to vote on this, whichever plan that comes forward to the board. Could we, I mean, and I don't know what the plan is, but I'm going to ask, could we have the SBAC continue looking at middle and high schools now? So come December or prior to December around this time next year, we actually can be voting on a plan to say, hey, this is where middle school and high school is going to land, because a lot of parents want to make decisions to bring their kiddos back into Fort Bend ISD. I know I got some emails from parents saying we want to bring them back, but hey, we have to commit to our other private schools or whatever, charter schools or wherever they're at. So it'd be nice to sort of, I know some other school districts do that already, that they have it done by December, so there's certainty for the following school year. I know that it doesn't really help them for this coming one year, but at least if we have that decision made in 2026, it just alleviates a lot of anxiety and uncertainty.
Right.
It would help.
So SBAC members, cover your ears, because I don't want you running out when I say this. But the plan is indeed to continue to engage the SBAC in the work for the next phase of the long-range boundary plan.
But can we at least try to, at least softly try to push and get it December 15, maybe have it? Yeah, maybe. Thank you.
It's problematic, but we'll see if we can make that
I
happen.
appreciate it.
We did tell them they would get a couple of weeks to breathe after the board approves.
Yeah. So, thank you, Ms. Charania. So just to follow up on that, Dr. Smith and I are working to push the secondary boundary plans forward quicker than we originally said. I'm not going to speak for the administration. December sounds really fast to me, and I see nods from the SBAC over there. But I do think it's probably a good idea to continue on, provided the SBAC is willing to continue their work. And I'll thank you again, not just for what you have done, but for what you will do moving forward. Thank you guys for that. So I only have just a couple of brief comments. First of all, I'll just piggyback on what we were talking about before. And I would just like to ask that in the presentation that goes forward for public, and I also want to say that we are going to make all of this public. Everybody's going to get the presentations, they're going to get the data, they're going to get the information, they're going to get the supporting data. And so, I mean, I think it's important also, I don't remember who said it, maybe Ms. Hannon, I think it's important that the community have all the data that we're working off of at their fingertips. But I just want to say that if, you know, a couple of slides in this presentation are confusing. If you look at, I mean, on slide 33, we're saying these are the campuses with no changes. and it's listed. And then if you go to slide 48, to Ms. Charania's point, Brazos Bend is showing a change, even though it's on slide 33 where it's saying no change. So I understood the explanation, but these are the kinds of things that get confusing, not just for us, but for community members, because we can't say no changes and then show changes. We have to at least show why that is. I think we need to have a pretty clear explanation of that. So just my comment there. Also, when it comes to capacities, I know, and I heard you guys say earlier, that TEA changed how we calculate capacities. So I think I don't need you to answer me as we sit here today, but I think it's important for us to have that explanation, for the community to have that explanation, because I do know when I was looking at some of those, and of course I sat up here before and reviewed capacities and utilization and all of those numbers, and it has changed. And so I think we need to be clear that we understand maybe the why behind that, maybe just giving us those, the parameters that changed and are showing some of those design capacity changes. And I really, the last thing I want to say is, you know, I know ed specs have been updated. So about, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, however long it was, I was, you know, part of the team that created some of our initial ed specs, and those have been updated. So I know that was something that the SBAC took into consideration, and that you guys, everybody's taken into consideration. But one of the things that I know I advocated for, other trustees advocated for, and I know these trustees care about, and Ms. Hannon stated it or alluded to it, is, you know, when she talks about intervention space, but we also made sure that we had enough space for inclusive education for our students in special ed. And so those were important spaces that we put into our ed specs, and we make sure are in all of our new buildings. And as we're, as you know, several trustees said, as we're pushing the boundaries on some of our capacity limits, let's make sure that we're not sacrificing good teaching and learning, you know, environments that we put in our ed specs. So I only say that 'cause I know you guys are looking at it, and I'm not in any way suggesting that you're not, but I would like us to make sure as we're filling up those schools that we continue to keep that at the forefront for consideration. And really that was all I had to say. I echo a lot of the thanks that went around. This has taken a lot of hours from everybody involved. I also want to thank our community members, those not just that came tonight, but who have come previously, those of you who are speaking. Thank you for your feedback. Thank you for continuing to advocate. Thank you for giving us your point of view. Thank you for your emails. Even if you don't get a response to every single email, I'll just speak for myself. I read them all, and I know a lot of trustees up here do that as well. So I just want to say thank you for being engaged, because you may think it doesn't matter to us, but it does matter to us. And we do hear you, and we do listen, and we do take your feedback into consideration when we're looking at these plans. So thank you to the community members as well. Okay. We're moving on. Next up is our CTE update. Dr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Stevens, our Chief Academic Officer, will be leading the presentation.
I can always find it. All right, CTE update. All right. Well, good evening, Madam President, Dr. Smith, members of the school board. So I'm excited tonight to come to you to give you a CTE update. One of the things that we did want to start out with, we just wanted to highlight some of the amazing things that our students have been up to. So on the dais in front of you, you have a one-pager which captures some additional notes and some additional data points. But I want to begin today's presentation with a video that was produced by the audiovisual production students at James Reese.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, or the times they are a-changing.
So we just thought that was really cool. And again, that was produced all 100% student produced, student edited, student shot, student directed. So those are our audiovisual production students at Reese, all of whom are on track to earn their Adobe Premiere Pro certificate. So we actually had 100% of the students who sat for that test so far this school year actually pass and earn that certificate. So we felt like it was a really cool way for us to highlight some of the amazing work that's taking place. So I'm really excited to be here tonight. I love CT. I think it's a great opportunity to prepare our students for the rigors and challenge of the real work, giving them a leg up, letting them experience things that they might not otherwise have the ability to do so. So we're going to jump right in. So CTE's changed a lot over the last few years. Back in the day, you could take a course here and take a course there. What we've really been pushed at from both the state and the federal level is to have more of our students become completers. So a completer, as you see on the screen in front of you, is a student that takes at least 3 courses and earns at least 4 credits, including an advanced course. So we are really excited because we have more and more completers. You'll learn later on in the presentation that we're even moving programs down to the middle school level to allow more of those students to become completers, which does a few things. One, gives students the opportunity to earn multiple stackable IBCs, earn multiple credentials, experience multiple programs of study, but at the same time generate additional funding for us as a district. So the more CTE courses and that students complete, the additional funding that we can bring to bring more experiences to those students. So we're really excited about that. We have programs of study. What we do know is that these programs of study, we have 8 of them that are available at every campus across Fort Bend. And then we have more specialized and more nuanced ones that are available at the James Reese Center or at our career or at our academies. And so what we do know, what we see is that our families and our students tell us that they want CTE programs, they want career programs. We've seen a tremendous increase across the board, not just in our programmatic offerings, but also our students that are sitting for certificates and being successful. So we feel like that's a testament to the work of Dr. Cosby and her team in CTE, but also Jennifer and her team that go out and help market the academies. One of the things that we know that this year alone, we had 2 events. We had a fair, a webinar in October. We had over 300 interested families attend. We had a CTE fair that was targeted toward our rising middle school students November 6th, and we had over 500 families attend. So we tried to be as thoughtful as possible to reach out, let our students know about the areas of opportunity, know about the interest, and that's one of those things that you'll see as well as our high school counselors come back to speak to our middle school students about course options. They'll be bringing some of those CTE experiences with them just to ensure that students have a really rigorous and robust understandings of the things that are available to them at the high school level. So, and what we do know is that we love James Reese, and one of the questions that we get all the time is, hey, how did that program end up at James Reese? And that was one of the first wonderings that I had, because it is such a special and unique place. Probably the easiest answer is that we looked for programs that were attractive to students, but they were cost prohibitive to scale. So welding is very cost prohibitive. Cosmetology is cost prohibitive. We would love to offer culinary across the district, but I'd have to build 12 new commercial kitchens, and I don't think that's going to happen, right? No, it's not going to happen. So we tried to look at programs that are attractive, programs that are cost prohibitive and scaling, but the programs that are going to lead to high growth, high demand careers for our students. And so that was really where we got to, what are those programs that are offered at Reese? One of the things that we do know is that in addition to James Reese, we are constantly meeting multiple times a year to talk about what's next for our students. One of the things that we do know right now is TEA has opened the comment window for the 2028 accountability system. So we've all just kind of got accustomed to the new accountability system. We know that that's going to change. One of the things that the commissioner has said is that they believe that certain career certificates are more valuable to students than others. So what they've already started to signal to school districts is that we're going to get more weight for students that get an engineering cert or a health science cert, when we compare those to students that get a floral design cert. And that doesn't mean that we don't believe floral design is valuable. One of the things that the commissioner likes to harp on is that there's not an overabundance of floral design jobs in Texas. They really want more students to be pushed into engineering, health science, pathways like that. So they've already signaled that they're going to rate those certificates more. So we may have a situation where we've offered a pathway that has a great history in Fort Bend, but we're just gonna have to think differently about how we package that pathway so students can not only get a certificate, but they can also get a high growth, high demand job. So and we're excited to continue those conversations. We should have additional guidance from the state over the next year and a half. One of the things that we do know is that our academies are growing. Our applications for academies actually closed on Friday the 12th. We actually have more applications this year across the board for our academies, including our early college high schools and our PTECs. So we are really excited for the future of our academies programs. We're continuing to look for ways to innovate, make sure those are on the cutting edge. You know, we talked about AI, we talked about things like that. I'm excited tomorrow morning, a group of us is actually going to attend the AI breakfast at the Houston City College, where they've reached out to us for a letter of support. And the first thing that we're going to work with them on is offering professional development to help teachers better utilize AI in the classroom. So we are really excited to see what that partnership looks like, to see what we can do to better equip our teachers, who are ultimately going to help us better equip our students when it comes to using AI in the classroom. As I said, you know, we've seen an increase in the number of students that are taking and selecting CTE courses. We've also seen a really dramatic increase in the number of students who are taking and attaining IBCs. You notice a little dip there in 2023, 2024. You know, one of the questions that I asked was, you know, what did we identify that challenge to be? It was really simple. That was when the new Python certificate came out. Python is a computer coding language, and so our teachers were still wrapping their hands around it, really working to support the students. But then what we see now is Python is one of our most popular certificates that students sit for. And this year alone, I can tell you that if I was a betting man, which I am not, I would say we could expect about a 5% increase in the number of IBCs we offered last year, because this year alone, in our office certificate, last year we had 400 students earn an office certificate for the entire year. This year, as of today, we have 322 students that have already earned that certificate and more on the way. So we've already awarded 55 IBCs through this morning, and so I'm excited that number is going to continue to grow. And you know, we continue to look for areas of opportunities to ensure that our students are prepared to be successful and tackle the rigors and challenges of things that come at them. And so, again, I already alluded to the work that the team does, just helping students at the middle school level understand the different course options that are available to them. We're excited because we saw the growth in the number of students attending the webinar and the college fair and the career fair, that we offered this year compared to last year. The team has really worked hard to get college and career explorations, and that is a really great foundational course because that's a buffet. Students take that course and they are exposed to all the different career and CTE opportunities that they would take at the high school level. So that's just an opportunity for them to say, hey, you know, I had never thought that I was interested in culinary, but I did that little tour through the culinary, and now I'm really excited on that. Or I never thought that auto shop was for me, but I did it, and I'm excited. And so it's a really great opportunity that we can get our students excited. One of the things that I'm really excited about, and I'm going to skip ahead, is that starting this year, we've started to work with campuses to lay the foundations to offer technovations. And so this used to just kind of be robotics, but now we've got these great new TEKs that are a combination of robotics, engineering, AI, and so starting in 6th grade, students can start to experience these real-world concepts, and so that's going to give them such a foundation and such a springboard. The thing that's really exciting is that we're working with the campuses right now to ensure that the teachers have opportunities to earn the appropriate computer science certificate to teach these courses. One of the things that we do know is that any teacher in the state of Texas that is not currently certified to teach computer science, the University of Texas will actually offer them a $1,000 stipend to become computer science certified to help scale the number of computer science teachers across the state. So Dr. Cosme and her team are marketing training opportunities for teachers across the board to become computer science certified, just so we continue to offer this course. So we are really excited. The course selection guides go live in a few weeks. This is going to be a course that's in there for students to select. So we are cautiously optimistic that Technovations is going to take flight across Fort Bend ISD. We've been working with principals and the Department of School Leadership, so we are really excited to see what this looks like. And really, when people say, so what's new in CTE, what's happening? Well, there's a few things. One of the big things for us is JROTC. And you say, well, JROTC, that's not really new. But what's new is that it's now under the CTE label and CTE lens. So in the past, we were not able to generate CTE funding. But thanks to HB2 Article 6, all these students are now considered CTE students, which means they have the opportunity to earn branch-specific IBCs. So every student will have the opportunity to earn an IBC. But our Army students, they'll have a different opportunity than our Air Force students, who'll have a different opportunity than our Navy students. And so we are really excited because as these students earn more certificates, it's going to be an opportunity for us to generate additional funds to bring additional programs back into Fort Bend ISD. So we are really excited about that. One of the things that we're super excited this year is, we have industry partnerships across the district. We have some with, several healthcare organizations. This is one that we are really most proud of because we launched it this year. So we have an industry partnership with Daktronics. So if you've been to a football game, if you plan to attend a track event, anything at any of our outdoor stadiums, you'll notice that all the scoreboards, all the sounds, all the lights, all the music, that's being run and controlled by Fort Bend ISD students. So not only are they earning credit, they're also being paid each game to work the scoreboard and get that hands-on real-world industry experience. And so we are really excited, and these are the opportunities that we look for, is what are those experiential opportunities that allow students to go out to the world of work, earn the credit, earn the experience, that then they can come back. And this actually benefits the district because now our students are working with us, alongside us, and helping produce some amazing sporting events. One of the ones that we've been working on, I stood in front of you last year around this time and talked to you about aviation over at Kempner. Kempner is a nice natural fit because of our partnership with HCC. It's also close to the airport. What we have found out is that when you're dealing with an organization like the FAA, they have really, really, really long lead times. So there's really meticulous things that the college has to do to get approved. And so we do know that the college did get an FAA grant. They've got some of the materials. And so now we're just working alongside the college to ensure that they have everything that they can do to begin to offer these two airframe and power plant courses for aviation. So we're really excited, and we hope to come back to you very soon to just share more information about the aviation pathway. And probably the one that we are most excited about is several weeks ago, we offered our first training to 47 teachers in what we call our Launch K-5 Computer Science Initiative. One of the things that we know is that computer science generally times to get pigeonholed, and so you see a lot of it in STEM. And so you rarely would walk into a social studies or a history class or even an English class and experience computer science. One of the things that Launch K-5 does is it takes teachers who have no background or experience in computer science and works with them to integrate computer science in a multidisciplinary fashion. So maybe you're doing social studies and you're talking about cardinal directions. Well, those are the same directions that you can use as you program a robot, right? And so the teachers got training. They came and they did multiple days of training. Now we've worked with them to help them find areas of opportunity to integrate robotics, STEM, and coding into their elementary lessons. And so we had a really long, arduous process of selecting the teachers and selecting the campuses. One of the things that was great is we were limited on selecting the number of teachers, but we have additional opportunities for teachers to gain the kits and do the training. And we've been working in the Department of Teaching and Learning to find opportunities to integrate computer science in the math lessons, in the science lessons, but also in our English language arts lessons as well. We are really excited. The training was phenomenal. Teachers are liking it. And so we are looking forward to the spring to inviting you all to an elementary classroom to see these lessons in existence. So I know that was fast and furious. I do apologize. So.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. Questions from the trustees. Ms. Helliger.
Thank you so much. I am so excited about this presentation. I feel like I'm a little deja vu. 10 years ago when I was on the board, initially on the board, we had lots of conversations around CTE, how we were marketing to our different schools, where our kids and parents really having an understanding of what CT had to offer at the James Reese Center. And so to hear the progress that we made, not only in the last 10 years, I mean, I was part of that economics and woodworks back in the day. I think it's just great for us to have this. This really allows our kids to have an opportunity to really lead to their graduation, to increase graduation rates. I know there is a segment of our population who are struggling just with the normal academics. So continue to market to whoever that is, that continue to market that to our kids. I think is probably an opportunity for us to say, okay, is this a way for get those, especially those kids that are struggling a little bit, can we get them into a CTE program to help them? Because for me, the CTE programs really help to support their financial independence, and that's what every kid wants to have, is the financial independence. It also helps to promote them into college if they would like to do that, learning that discipline as well early on with that thinking and that mindset is just beneficial to them all the way around. So as a parent whose child, he's an adult now, but who recently went through a program, I said this 10 years ago, I wish he knew then, that we had a CTE program, but now he is now in an electrical program, he's an apprentice. And so just giving our kids those opportunities, different opportunities to be successful and being financially independent, it goes a long way for all of our kids in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. Ms. Hannon.
Thank you. Along with Trustee Helliger, I'm very excited to hear this, and thank you for the information, Dr. Stevens. I'm super excited about aviation because I know our partner, our district just to the north of us, they have this program, and I've seen some of the work that the kids do, and it's pretty amazing. So I'm glad to hear about the Technovation courses. I even wrote a note in here to tell a person who's interested in a former engineer going into teaching that they may want to check out adding computer science to their certification. As far as the K-5 initiative for computer science, I think that's great because for years it was kind of spotty at best, and it just depended on pretty much the campus administrator or if there was someone interested enough to offer that at the campus. I know years ago we had also some partnership with Schlumberger on doing that. And you mentioned the teachers will look for places that it can be integrated into their course of study, but are we going to do that in a more explicit way where it's integrated into the curriculum for them?
So the teachers have the opportunity, but we sat down with the teaching and learning team to say, this is a great space if you're a first grade teacher. This is a great opportunity to integrate that there. So we've given them those specific touch points, knowing that then they have the ability as they're planning lessons to bring the components back in.
Okay, so they sort of also maybe have an overview sheet at a glance where they can say, oh yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
forward thinking. When I get there, I'll make sure to do this. And then the other thing, this may have been in an update, a Friday update, but I'm trying to think, Dr. Smith, and I can't recall, have we had a CTE audit in recent years? I know we looked at our programs. Is that ringing any bells?
Not during my tenure.
Okay.
So we'd have to research when
Okay.
the last one was done.
And so I'm just reflecting back because I believe, did we get something in our board update recently about CTE?
I believe, I'm being told by people in the know that we are actually in the throes of a CTE audit right now.
Oh, well, perfect.
Oh,
Okay.
program evaluation, not an audit. I
Evaluation.
apologize.
Okay, that's slightly different, but okay, good to know. Because I was just looking at the difference. There were a couple of programs that had really, really low numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
And, just for whether we need to, I don't know, communicate that better or look at how those programs might be different. And then to piggyback on what Ms. Helliger said about selling this to kids and really communicating this out, it's so important. Parents don't know about this. Like, we need to, every way we can find to educate parents about the programs that are offered at the CTE and at the campuses. I think it's so important. So thank you so much, Dr. Stevens.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you. I can remember when I had I had some concerns about what was going to happen with CTE and what have you. And a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is wonderful. I just, bringing up and just seeing all of the different things that the students are now doing, this is stuff that is going, and it is just, thank you. Thank you. I remember you having that conversation. I don't know if you remember back in that day, and I was just a little bit skeptical, but this is wonderful. Thank you very much for all of your work. The kids, or the students, I can see that they are really involved, and I just can't wait to go to a game so I can go up and listen to some of the music and see all of the different things that they're doing. I'm going to get there. Thank you very much. This is good. This
You're welcome.
is great.
Yeah, the team has done a phenomenal job. We'd be lost without them.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Ms. Worsbicky.
I hate going after Dr. Gilliam because she just is so wonderful at showering praise. I echo that. But I just had a quick question. I'm sorry I didn't ask it before on the update. Are the new middle school electives, the Technovation courses, going to be offered at every middle school? And it says it available starting the 25 to 26 year this year?
They were available to be offered, but we're still working to integrate them. And so when the universal course guides go out, we will work to ensure that they are offered at every course, knowing that there may be opportunity where one may not make here or there, but that is our vision going forward, is that every student have the opportunity to experience those components.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Worsbicky. Ms. Charania.
So, my background is in adult vocation education. So very similar to this, creating a roadmap for adults, similar to what we're doing in Fort Bend ISD. We would call it a roadmap. In Fort Bend ISD, it's called a pathway. So CT and vocational education is like a no-brainer for me because that's what I've been doing in my volunteer work for the past 20 years. So as you said, to create that financial independence for the student, in my case, it was for the individual and the family. Collectively, right? So this is like a no-brainer. Obviously, we didn't have aviation and all of these great ones, but cosmetology and welding was there. But looking at these courses that we have here in Fort Bend ISD, I'm very impressed. And I think, this is fantastic. So it's great. And I wanted to just ask a question as a follow-up. I did see the K through 5. Is there a way that we can sort of market this more sort of outwardly, externally? Because, we want to bring in more kiddos really in the elementary world, right? So we want to make sure that whatever we're doing with these new programs that we're putting in, I think we need to give ourselves more accolades and more pats in the back because we need to market ourselves and say, this is what we're doing. And that's going to help us increase our enrollment and really be able to show to the parents, hey, that we may be doing this here, but we're doing this here to be able to increase enrollment. So I think this is fantastic work and kudos to your team. So.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. We'll definitely work on sharing the good things far and wide, using them as a recruitment tool.
Thank you, Ms. Charania. Mr. Schoaf.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm a product of CTE, both welding and fire service. I am very excited about your A&P program. Are they going to be fully licensed A&Ps? Airframe and power plant.
Yes,
sorry.
if they complete the whole program, they'll be fully licensed. Yes, sir.
That's incredible. I mean, the average pay of an A&P in the United States is well into the six figures. And I mean, having owned aircraft myself, my last airplane, every hour flight time was about $100 into a mechanic's pocket. So I'm very excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schoaf. I don't have a whole lot to add. I would like to echo especially the marketing piece of it, not just to our own parents, but as we're entering more of the age of choice, we want to be obviously the destination of choice for parents, for their students, and this is one of those ways that we can do that. We obviously have the ability and the bandwidth and the foundation to offer these types of programs that maybe a lot of other places don't. And particularly as the pendulum has swung back from us, I guess society in general, telling kids that everybody needed to go to college. I'm a believer that college is not for everyone, and we need to make sure that kids have understand their opportunities and understand their choices, and these certifications are certainly that. And like Mr. Schoaf said, I mean, these are opportunities for earning potential, so I want to echo that. The only thing I want to remind us of, as I always do, is to make sure that we are providing opportunities to our students who are receiving special education services, because this also offers them a pathway into being part of working in our community and our broader society. So we need to make sure that they're not falling through the cracks and that we are recruiting in that area as well.
When I come to you, I think in January, we have our public meeting for special education, and I can share with you then that Mr. Driscoll and I and several members of our team actually had an open house for all of our ATS parents last week at Dulles Middle School, just as an opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with them about the program, areas of opportunities, and so we'll be happy to share that information during that time.
That's good. That's good. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next up is our intruder detection report. Dr. Smith.
Yes, and Mr. Dennis, will you have the floor to share the information?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Smith, trustees. As of our last report on November 17th, we've had 8 audits, and 6 of those were inconclusive, no findings at all, and then 2 did have findings. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. And just a reminder to the trustees, if you have questions, we can ask those in closed session. Thank you. Okay, next up is our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none.
9F.
9F. Okay, may I have a motion for the consent agenda excluding 9F?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent agenda as written with the exception of item 9F.
I second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion for item 9F?
Yes, I move we approve 9F as written.
May I have a second? I second. We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have discussion? Ms. Charania? That's
Sorry,
okay.
I don't know how to undo it.
I'll clear it. Okay, hearing none, please vote. Item passes 6-1. We will now convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the sections listed in the agenda, and for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. The time is 9:23 p.m., and we are now convened in closed session. All right, the time is 10:30 PM, and we are now reconvened in open session. We will now consider action on closed session items. Ms. Worsbicky.
First of all, I just want to say how much Fort Bend ISD values our relationship with other entities here in the county. I move the Board of Trustees approve the sale of the Lakeview Auditorium property as discussed in closed session and authorize the superintendent to execute all necessary documentation.
A second.
We have a motion by Ms. Worsbicky and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Tap it first. I had to tap mine to get it to come up. There you go. Did everybody vote? No, no, no. No, on the screen. Motion passes unanimously. Next is Ms. Hannon.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the sale of the Shadow Creek Ranch property as discussed in closed session and authorize the superintendent to execute all necessary documentation.
A second.
We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Helliger.
I move the board trustees approve the sale of the Glendale Lakes property as discussed in closed session and authorize the superintendent to execute all necessary documentation.
A second.
We have a motion by Ms. Helliger and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have discussion? Ms. Hannon, did you have something? Okay, I'll clear it. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Next up are our action items. First is the use of contingency for aquatics practice facility bid package 007. Dr. Gilliam.
Oh, my bad. I move the Board of Trustees approve $11 million in additional funding for the aquatics practice facility BP007 as presented.
May I have a second? We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam and a second by Ms. Helliger. Do we have discussion? Ms. Charania.
Yes, I just wanted clarity to make sure, I'm new to the board, and obviously this was part of Bond 2023. I wanted to make sure that when the bond was proposed, because when I went back and I read a lot of documents, what I could see, and I want to make sure I'm on the right page, was what was budgeted for was obviously under budget, which we all know, right, because it was part of the bond audit. But what was budgeted for was budgeted to build a facility on the east side that would mirror what we currently have on the west side. Not Don Cook, but the other aquatic training facility, yes? Am I correct in my understanding?
That is our understanding, trustee.
Okay, sorry, I was like, who spoke? Okay, yeah, so apples to apples, what we're proposing is exactly what is currently there on the aquatics training facility on the west side. And that was the intent with whatever I saw the budget that was proposed for Bond 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Charania. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 6-1. All right, next up is revision of policy BBB local. Ms. Hannon.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the revisions of local policy BBB local as presented.
We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and a second by Ms. Helliger. Do we have discussion? Ms. Hannon.
Yes. And so I know it's late, but I want to read something because I'm the person that brought this initially to the policy committee after the 89th legislature gave us the opportunity to change our election from May to November. And so this week I was thinking, and today I was going to read from some research-based scholarly articles and an opinion piece about why fellow board members should vote to change our school board elections from May to November. There are also researchers from highly respected universities who eloquently explain why it is the most effective tool at our disposal for voter reform. There are also folks whose political ideologies I do not share who quote these same researchers as to why November elections promote better turnout than May. But instead, I hope my fellow board members will indulge me for a few minutes to address two concepts that guide my thinking in many aspects of life. The first is based on an old adage that you have to meet people where they are. For example, you can't teach a 10-year-old non-English speaking newcomer from Mexico the same way you teach a 10-year-old nonverbal medically fragile student or a 10-year-old who's English speaking and was born in the U.S. Likewise, you have to meet their parents in different ways as well. Every student's parents is different. And so in public schools, we work to arrange times for the best time to call a parent, or the best time for an ARD, or the best time to schedule school events where we know we'll get the most turnout. So success lands when we meet people where they are, but we must also understand that we can influence and what we can control. I can influence good study habits for students by explicitly teaching a child how to study, how to take notes, how to write important dates in their calendars. I can help them know how to research, I can help them know how to read, to write, and I can help them with content. I can make long-term assignments into times where they have many checkpoints along the way to help them monitor the time they need for an assignment. I can work to keep parents advised on what students are doing in class, what projects will be due, and report progress to them. I have control over those things, and they are within what Stephen Covey calls my circle of control and influence. Unfortunately, educators have much that is outside of their control in what Covey calls the circle of concern. While board members can't control the time parents allow their children to use devices at home, the board, with the support of administrators and staff, can have some control over how much time is spent on personal devices and apps while they're at school. So when I vote for BBB today to change the election date from May to November, I know that I must meet voters where they are. Voters have proven they turn out and show up in November in far, far greater numbers than May. Election results don't lie. It has been said that voters in November are uneducated or uninformed about who is on the ballot for school board as compared to May. A long time ago, it was thought only white property owners who were suitably educated could vote. And prior to 1920, women were deemed too intellectually inferior to vote. And in 1975, Congress banned any state from using literacy tests to be eligible to vote. While some may denounce that November elections produce a more uneducated or uninformed voting population, I'm going to meet all voters where they are. And where are they? They're standing at the polls in November. As a board and a district, while it is illegal to engage in any form of electioneering, it is not illegal to inform voters about elections and help them find information on how to learn and research about candidates. To my fellow board members, your vote today is how you influence voter turnout at the polls, how you amplify voters' voices at the polls. It's how you meet our voters where they are. I sincerely thank you for your consideration in supporting this change. Thank you very much, Ms. Tassan.
Please vote.
I have a comment.
Oh,
Sorry,
Mr. Rania.
I'm sorry, thought I had, can I speak?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to sort of talk through this vote. I'd reached out to several folks in the community because I was sort of on the fence on what to do. Obviously, some were for November, some for May. Obviously, everyone wanted a higher voter engagement and population coming out, whether it was May or whether it was November, right? But the concern was school board issues being lost in the noise when there were even year elections in November. And having been a voter deputy registrar, I know I've been working with organizations to register citizens to vote and also educate them on the importance of voting and how it affects them directly. All elections, whether it's May, March, May, November, runoffs included, right? So for me, increasing voter engagement in elections is something that is absolutely near and dear to me, to my heart, and that's something I've been working on for the past over a decade. So as someone who ran as a candidate in May, I, for one, know how difficult it is to get voters out in May, and not just May, but really all elections that I've worked, and definitely when it's one more time in the same year. And having said that, I do worry about local school board elections, you know, being in even year in November and being lost in the noise. But I also do know how expensive it is to run when there's a massive slate of candidates. And I know in November that is what's going to happen on the even years, because I ran in an election with 27 people on a sugar on ballot this May, and I know how expensive it was for me as a candidate to even get my name out there. So I'm all for moving elections to November, but I would really be more so in the odd years. I know that's not the policy that's in front of us, and I do recognize that had it been, it would still be 4 years terms for trustees. And when I do look at all other school districts, because I did look into the top 10 school districts that are in our bucket, and we're number 6 in there, and are there elections in May or are they in November? And if they're November, are there even years or are there odd years or are they all the years in November? And I'll tell you what I found was HISD was on odd years. It's number 1 largest district in Texas. 4 years terms, odd years in November. Then you have Sci-Fair, which is also November, but in odd years and 4-year terms. And then you have Austin ISD, which is ranked number 8, is also November, odd years, 4-year terms. Aldine ISD, number 10 in ranking, in size, also November, but odd years and 4-year terms. So I feel like looking back at all the other districts that have chosen to be November have opted to be in odd years. And, you know, I do value being in November because I do think that there's something on the ballot, except it's not so partisan. It's a constitutional amendment, or maybe it's going to be some sort of bond on there for the county or for the school board. So I feel like that there's less noise, less candidates running in that election, which is why I feel like, I mean, I'm probably going to end up abstaining on this vote just because I feel like there's value for November, but just not every November. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Motions passes 4-2 with 1 abstention. All right, Dr. Smith, future meeting discussion.
Yes, ma'am. So as we look forward to January, we have the following items that we'll be presenting. We have a bond update, the 2023 update on the bond. Lots of critical information to provide and update the trustees on. We have a budget update. That'll be the first time that we really kind of talk through where we are from the budget. We'll be launching the next phase of our budget process, so we'll be talking through that. We also have PSAT data and results that we'll be sharing with the board. We have our 26-27 Fort Bend ISD instructional calendar. And of course, we will continue the long-range boundary planning update and the attendance boundary scenarios based on all the feedback that we get from today's meeting. And then also, as we transition into February, we'll continue the long-range boundary work. We have special education public hearing on deck, and we'll continue the budget work each month as will be fully engaged in the budget process as well as the Bond 2023 update. Those are the big items that we have over the next couple of months.
Ms. Hannon.
Dr. Smith, thank you for that update. I appreciate it. Do we see the results from the curriculum audit coming in those 2 months? Did I miss
Yes.
it?
What month is that specifically, Dr. Jordan?
We talked about January.
So we will have a meeting with the audit committee in January with a goal of presenting to the board in February.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
The time is 10:46 PM, and we are adjourned.